Hey there. So this is the forecast for the week of the 19th to the 25th of August 2024. In this video, I'm going to be looking at the planetary picture as it arrives on a day-by-day basis, and we'll finish the video with a sign-by-sign forecast for you for the week ahead. These forecasts are aimed at the ascendant, the sun, or the moon sign, so you could listen to whichever one works best for you. The moon sign ones, think of it as something for your psyche. Think of it as some kind of message to the quieter soul part of you. If you're listening to it from the perspective of your sun, then think of it in terms of how can you express yourself more beautifully? How can you allow yourself to absolutely come out of your shell and really truly reflect who you are? If you're listening to your forecast from the perspective of your ascendant, think of it as the main architecture of your life, like how things actually piece together. So hopefully, in this video, there'll be some really useful tips and ideas on how to maximize the effectiveness and use the planets to, your best interests. So if you're new to this channel, welcome. My name's Louisa. This channel is really here to help you create a greater sense of freedom and space in your life so that you can have more possibilities and have a bit more fun. I really am an advocate for feeling good. And I really, really do hope that we can enjoy ourselves even during tense times, even during times when politics seems a little bit of a bumpy ride. So hopefully I'll be your guide. If you are coming back here, thank you so much. If you have already subscribed, big thumbs up. But yeah, I really, really appreciate your presence and support. So anyway, let's have a look. What I'm going to look at first of all is like the breakdown of what's going on and look at the most pertinent planets, and patterns that are coming up. Now we get this week off to quite a big start, and where we handed off from last week, it was already high energy. We're starting this week with a full moon, which is absolutely the hottest thing about this week. So let's bring it on all now. So, as you can see, I've just laid out all the different moon changes, but the most important part of this is on Monday. So you'll see here that we've got the full moon, we've got two T-squares, and we've also got a Mercury Cazimi. This is big. This is also the day when Jupiter and Saturn go into their first exact square of this particular Jupiter-Saturn season, which is lasting about 10 months. If you are interested in knowing more about that, I have actually done a separate video called the Jupiter-Saturn squares, detailing how you might work with these squares or this square over the next 10 months, how it might be manifesting in your life. And, Saturn is all about restrictions and Jupiter's all about expansions, but the two of them have a sort of frustratingly steadying energy. So if you want to find out how it applies to you, then check out that video. I've also done a video called Mercury Cazimis, which could also be very, very handy in understanding this particular day. Of course, Mercury is still retrograde, so I've also got a video about that. But anyway, back to this particular day. Yeah, a full moon, two T-squares, and Mercury Cazimi. I am going to be looking at this in a few minutes in much greater detail. Monday really seems to have it all. And on Tuesday, there are just a couple of minor aspects from the moon in Pisces. And so I don't really want to focus too much on that because I think we're still going to be really working with the high energy vibes of the day before. As we get round to Wednesday, the moon is, changing on this day between Pisces and into Aries. The moon makes a lovely conjunction to Neptune, which is absolutely dreamy in the sign of Pisces. And then later makes a sextile to Pluto when the moon's in Aries and Pluto is at 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. These are two very ethereal and hard-hitting energies from the moon. These are absolutely getting us thinking about our place in this world. On Thursday, the 22nd, as the moon is firmly in Aries all day, we have a conjunction to the North Node, which really gives us a sense of, where's our purpose? What are we doing? And on that particular day, the sun is moving into the sign of Virgo. Then between the 23rd and 24th, we have a really nice little set of influences, which I am going to run through a little bit in a slide shortly. But we have a lot going on between the degrees of 22 and 23. So we've got Venus in a square to Mars. The moon is making a conjunction to Chiron, and then both of them are in a trine to Mercury. And we've also got Mercury in a sextile to Mars and in a sextile to Chiron. So there's a lot going on. And then as we're heading into the end of the week, we've got this lovely moon trine Venus, and also moon in a conjunction to Uranus. And whilst I've got these two planets fresh in my mind, the Venus and Uranus trine will be starting to be seeded. So we'll be starting to feel the energy of this trine coming in, which will be one of the gifts of next week. So let's have a look at Monday the 19th, which is by far the biggest day of this week. So, so the first thing, I've mapped out what's really going on. So this is the chart for the exact moment of the full moon, which is happening at 27 degrees 15. Now, if you followed my channel for a while, you'll know that each new moon and each full moon, I also do a separate reading where I look at the planetary placements and also add in some asteroids, maybe mythically named asteroids, which tell other stories from Greek and Roman mythology, or even mythology from Hawaii or India, you know, wherever the mythology is and how it links into the charts, it comes out in these readings. So there will be something around this. If you've got something around 27 degrees, or you might even say between, say, 23 degrees, in the sign of Aquarius or Leo, right the way up to 1 or 2 degrees in the sign of Pisces or Virgo, then this particular full moon is likely to affect you to some level. I don't know how sensitive you are to full moons or not. I do tend to find that people born at the time of the full moon or the new moon tend to be a lot more sensitive. Or if you are born with a square between the moon and the sun, you are really likely to be swayed by these moon fluctuations when they're at their maximum and also when they're at the minimum. At the time of the full moon, we've got the maximum of the planet, the planetary energy, and I will be obviously talking about this on in the sign by sign forecast shortly. But it's a big energy during the time of the full moon. Our emotions are absolutely heightened. They are really kind of swollen, you know, like a bit like the tides. If you notice that the tide comes up where you are, you know, this is where all of our tides are high, you know, and we are really feeling the energies. What makes this even more spectacular or interesting or hard hitting is the fact that the full moon is also exactly in a T-square to Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So you'll see there, we've got the moon at 27 degrees, Uranus at 27 degrees, and the sun at 27 degrees, all of the fixed signs. So, you know, that's something else to mark off, you know, on a little checklist of what I might be reacting to. So for instance, you might want to look at your birth chart and consider, do you have a lot going on in the fixed signs, in particular in the last 10 degrees between 20 and 29 degrees in a fixed sign? The fixed signs are as follows: Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and of course Aquarius. So if you've got anything in the last 10 degrees of these fixed signs, again, you're likely to be feeling something from these energetics. T-squares are a really massive pattern, and I do talk about them a little bit in the Grand Cross video that I released recently, because every Grand Cross starts with an initial square, and then, you know, something else gets added in, and then finally another planet gets added in. So, you know, the planets never just all happen at the same time and go into this square together. You know, it always starts with a square, then it sort of progresses into a T-square before it gets filled in. So this is a very sort of dynamic design where the sun and the moon are in opposition, and as such, both are giving a description of a reality, and yet they're both jostling for prominence or dominance. And then this planet here at the apex of the T-square formation is having a very stressful and dynamic relationship with the sun, and a very stressful and dynamic relationship with the moon. Now, these T-squares, you know, whilst they sound, you know, frustrating and irritating, they are dynamic. And as such, I think, you know, if you're somebody who really works on their nerves, who are able to really stand in your own power, who are able to think on your feet, who really quite like a challenge, who love to be challenged, in fact, to rise up a bit stronger, a little bit more creative, a little bit more resourceful. If you quite relish these opportunities, then this can be a really catalyzing time where you can really shift something that has been lingering around. You know, these kinds of energies, especially with Uranus, you know, Uranus gets us creating a change in this moment. And so these kinds of patterns, they're so dynamic that all of a sudden you're likely to say, right, enough. Something else has to happen now. And, you know, if you're brave and bold enough to step into these new patterns, this can really work well. Now, what is also going on this particular day is we've got another T-square. So this is the second one, and it's formed by Saturn here and Jupiter, which go exactly square on this particular day. So you've got Saturn at 17 degrees, Jupiter at 17 degrees. And then also, this isn't exact, but you know, it's a pretty strong T-square. We've also got Venus at 18 degrees. Now, these are all again in a T-square, with the Saturn and Venus opposition playing out. I did mention the Saturn and Venus opposition actually in the previous week's forecast, because it was already coming into play. It's still going on, you know, we're still feeling the energy of this. And Saturn and Venus often make us feel disconnected. We often feel a bit lonely. We often want to just cut away from the crowds and spend a bit more time on our own to work through things. So that's a normal kind of energy when we are mulling things over. What makes this a slightly more interesting is the fact that if you look at this T-square, it is also in a conjunction with Mars. You know, like Jupiter is in a conjunction with Mars, and they are at the apex of this particular T-square. So Jupiter in a conjunction with Mars is a pretty big energy. You know, that will be, we're looking at this actually, we are looking at this a few days after the actual Jupiter and Mars conjunction on the 14th of August, when it was exact. And that would have set off, I'm actually recording it on this particular day. So if I do look a little bit like dazed and confused, it's because I'm talking about something happening today from a future perspective. You know, like everything is happening so fast, it feels. But Jupiter and Mars coming together are absolutely firing us up. They're giving us a sense of courage. They're giving us a sense of something new, something we want to work towards, something we might want to commit our energy to, and something that we can feel confident about. You know, we are growing in confidence. We are growing in stature, and there is an enthusiasm. We might also be standing firm and creating some boundaries for ourselves, or maybe making our boundaries a bit bigger and a bit stronger. So there is definitely something going on where we appear to be more than we might have been just last week. So it's interesting that, you know, as Saturn and Venus are slightly disconnected, at the same time, something playing into this, which is quite dynamic, is the need to be stronger. So, you know, you may well be asking yourself, well, how can I be stronger when I'm disconnecting? And so I guess, you know, this at some level may well be bringing up themes of how much trust you have with the people in your life. You know, can you trust the people around you? What about people outside of your boundaries? Who can you let in? Who don't you want to let in? Now, these are going off this, you know, this particular T-square is really playing out in the mutable signs. Now, the mutable signs are as follows: Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces. So if you've got anything, say from 12 degrees to 20, 21 degrees in the sign of Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, or Pisces, you may well find that this is also playing into your chart right now. Now, I know from some of the comments from last week's forecast that people born in the mid to late 60s, many of whom have the pattern of Pluto and Uranus in Virgo, and Saturn and Chiron in Pisces, and some of them also have their Jupiter in Gemini. You know, a lot of them have this playing out across their unique T-square at birth. My husband's one of them, born in July 1965. So, you know, this is a very specific time, especially if you're born in 1965. You know, this T-square is playing out over one of your core planetary birth chart pattern. So this is big. You've got your Saturn return coming in. You've also got your Jupiter return coming in at the same time. So, you know, if you are born in 1965 leading into 66, 67, because some of those patterns, this particular opposition is still playing out, then you may want to sit down and just work out what this means to you. Suffice to say, there's a lot going on to do with responsibility. And if you do want to investigate this a bit more, please do check out my video about the Saturn return in Pisces, where I split it down in a year-by-year basis, so you can find your return and get a forecast or some advice or guidance on that. So that's there for you. Phew, there's a lot going on. Yeah, so Mars is still in its conjunction to Jupiter at this time. It is easing off. But can you imagine, we've got the full moon on the 19th in its extremely fiery, dynamic T-square. And at the same time, we've also got this Jupiter and Saturn, which is very much about who is ruling you? Who are you letting into your world right now? Where are you getting your information from? What's more important is how are you being your own responsibility right now? So lots to do with responsibility issues. And like I said, I will be exploring the full moon at a much deeper level in my full moon forecast. But yeah, very, very strong day. Now, I do like to look at planetary patterns, and there are lots of different places where you can type in planetary patterns, and it might bring up you know, a grand trine, a mystic rectangle, for instance. I will be doing a recording about that. A yod, which I've already recorded about, a grand cross, for instance. But there are all sorts of planetary lineups where the planets make some beautiful symmetry, or sacred geometry even. The closest I could get to this kind of pattern, which to me looks a bit like a butterfly, but actually maybe more like a bat flying in the sky. What I did notice, and this was taken from Astro Theme, but, you know, other places that you might find useful that show on planetary patterns, I think Cafe Astrology has got some good help. I noticed astrologyking.com also has something on planetary patterns. There's loads of different places that you can go to explore some of the patterns. But, you know, they're talking about a butterfly here, you know, and you've got two squares, you've got two trines, so it's quite helpful. It's helping your talent come out. What we've got here is square, 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 4 squares and 2 oppositions. Now, this isn't so easy, you know. If it is relating to talents coming out, they are hard won. They are not coming forward easily. But one of the things I really like about this pattern is, you know, these aren't just 2 T-squares. If you were to fold it down the middle, you would see it's completely symmetrical. So I do think there is something really quite special about not just these 2 T-squares, but the fact that they are making a symmetrical pattern. I'm going to call it the bat for now. Maybe you already know what this is called. Maybe some other astrologer has called it, and maybe you can let me know in the comments or what you think we should call it, and report on it. But suffice to say, I think that is circulating energy in a really unique point. I wonder what this, I mean, this is showing up as a midpoint, this point here, because this is a crossing point that has some relevance to, in fact, I'm going to pause the video and actually look up this particular midpoint. I'm going to do it right now because it's the midpoint between Jupiter and also the midpoint between Uranus. And you'll see that Uranus is at 27 degrees in the sign of Taurus. You'll see that Jupiter is at 17 degrees in the sign of Gemini. That's a really easy midpoint to work out because the midpoint is 7 degrees in the sign of Gemini. So what I'm going to do right now to represent this midpoint, this fulcrum point, I'm going to stop this video and find out what 7 degrees, what the Sabian symbol of 7 degrees in the sign of Gemini represents. Let's see what information comes up. Okay, so I've brought up Linda Hill's amazing website, literally called sabiansymbols.com. That's BIAN symbols, SYMBOLS.com. How you use the Sabian symbols, they are literally 360 degrees of wisdom. They are channeled messages. And there's a whole history about it if you're interested. I've done 2 shows with Linda, and there's a lot about the Sabian symbols. For instance, you can look up about Linda, the story, the originator, etc., etc. But for all intents and purposes, we're actually going to look at the symbols, which are a fantastic way to scry or use sort of energy and find out more about resonance. So you go to my symbols, and then you come to this page. Now with these, you always put in the degree you're looking for, and Linda's website will round it up to the next degree. That's the most important thing. So I said it was Gemini and 7, and let's press look up. This is like live reporting. I'm doing this. It's not live, it's obviously pre-recorded, but you're seeing me do this in the moment. So what is this energy of the full moon all about? You know, this is an extra piece of information, I think, that is representing the culmination of both of those 2 T-squares that might be happening in the world, but also happening in your life. So let's have a look. So it's known as Gemini 8. It's being rounded up. And it says, aroused strikers surround a factory. Well, that doesn't bode well for a full moon, does it? This symbol shows the need or the desire to be able to call a halt or go on strike when one feels hard done by or taken advantage of. You may need to stand up for your rights or perhaps those of others. You probably have some support from compatriots, but you can become separated from the general situation and may have difficulty finding creative solutions that satisfy everyone. It may help to consider what negotiations can be made to bring things back to a feeling of equilibrium. By withdrawing your energies for a while, you will see how important you really are in the situation. I love that sentence. Let's just focus on that again. By withdrawing your energies for a while, you will see how important you really are in the situation. So that to me sounds like the crux of this energy. Then it says bargaining for more equitable solutions, demanding better rights and conditions, demonstrations, comradeship, taking action or refusing to act, knowing when to say no, sweatshops. Now, one of these sentences down here are really showing what happens when it kind of goes wrong or we're not really paying attention. So it says being obsessed with what is wanted, refusing compromises, protesting about everything, not noticing one's rewards, being left out in the cold, greedy behavior. So, you know, what I really get from this is one of the downsides of this particular energy is that we could get blindsided and quite ungrateful. We could be in a state of ingratitude and also deep, deep resistance, you know, not being compromising. We might be so forceful in our energy, especially given that there's 2 T-squares on a full moon. You know, that's pretty big. So we are being obsessed with what is wanted, you know. So, you know, what I think this advice is it's okay to stand for what you want and to look for equitable solutions. That's the difference. Here it says, you know, this sounds more like a demanding energy, being obsessed with what is wanting and refusing compromises. That's a demand. Whereas bargaining for a more equitable solution, that's being open to possibilities, that's being open to a change, that's standing for something better than currently is, but that's not defining exactly what it needs to be. It's even though this does say demanding better rights and conditions, you know, it is taking action, but also knowing, you know, when not to go too far. So I think this is interesting. I'm going back to this really stands out to me. Withdrawing your energies for a while, you will see how important you really are. So, you know, I don't know what is going on for you on this particular day, on the 19th, on the day of the full moon. And I also don't know, you know, what is absolutely presenting to you at this particular time. But if it's possible to be able to sit back and observe what's going on, so that, you know, what I'm getting here is the more you're able to observe the frustrations, the more you're able to have more choice. You know, if you're being really fixed And obviously we have got this very fixed full moon with a very fixed Uranus, and Uranus is really rife to demonstrate, by the way. You know, that really sounds sort of true for this particular T-square on its own. But, you know, this T-square here to do with flexibility, and also, you know, with wanting something a bit better for yourself. And also it implies being hard done by. That's really a Saturn opposition Venus kind of story. So I really think that Sabian symbol is really perfect for this moment in time. The last thing that I want to point out is we've also got a Cazimi, the Mercury Cazimi, on this particular day. So, you know, it starts off on the 19th, you know, with the full moon. And then later on in the day, we've got the Cazimi taking place. Now, I've put the times in. This is based on my time zone, which is the same as the London, UK time zone. What I recommend that you do is that you go to astro-seek.com. In fact, let me just do this right now so I can show you, because it's really, really helpful. Let me just remove that and load up another screen. This is very dynamic today, isn't it? Astro-seek.com. Let me just share that onto the screen. Here we go. So this is a really great resource. Hopefully you're seeing that. Let me just double check. Yes, you are. So Astro, and then there's a hyphen seek.com. Now this is brilliant. This Astro tools, this really offers us a lot. I often use Aspect search engine, and I often use this particular setting, returns on a particular degree. You know, if you know you've got a planet going over something in your chart, you can look it up. It's really helpful. It gives you the times. But what I think is useful for you right now, and it's important to know that Astro-seek, it knows where you are. I don't mean that in a look over your shoulder, big brother kind of way, but it knows which time zone you're in. So all the information it gives you will be aligned to your unique time zone. So if you go to planetary cycles, and then, I mean, there's so many different things you can look up here, and I'd like to look at all of them, but I just want to show you Cazimi and combust planets. So I'm going to click here. And then you select Mercury, and you can select the year that you're looking in. Obviously, I would stick in 2024. And the moment of the exact Cazimi, like when it is exact, is when it's at 000 degrees. It's literally when Mercury and the Sun are exactly in their conjunction. But there is also an orb. So the Cazimi orb is 17 minutes of arc. So it's not zero, it's 0 degrees 17 is what you need. And if you click on calculate, it will tell you, so we're looking in August, it will tell you when it starts in your area. So I know it starts on the 18th of August at 22:13 for me. So that's actually the day before, that's Sunday night. And it goes on until 5:42 in the morning. That's interesting. I said that the full moon happens before it. The full moon happens after it. My apologies. So yeah, so we've got this Cazimi going on. That's in my time zone. But if you were to check this out in your time zone, it would give you, you know, obviously your times. It's worth looking into those, because, you know, if you want to use the Cazimi energy, and this is a time when we are channeling our brilliance, when we are a lot more able to find miraculous solutions, have these great thoughts, these powerful thoughts. What I would say in preparation for it is ask yourself really, really big questions. You know, like if there's something that you'd love to evolve and change for your life, start asking yourself these big questions, maybe on the 17th, 18th, start now. Even when you hear this reading, start writing, you know, what you think is important to know about for this week ahead. And get ready for it. You know, these questions, the more you ask big questions, the more you're priming your unconscious mind to find solutions. And on the day of the Cazimi, you know, the however many hours it is exactly in that Cazimi for, your unconscious mind could come up with something really, really brilliant. Let's add in the fact that Mercury is also retrograde during this. So there is also a deep meaning. You know, your brain waves, your excellent assertions are going to be coming from your brain working backwards. You know, your brain is likely to be reworking something, going over past information and coming up with a different solution. So you're not necessarily looking for something new, but you're looking for a new way of looking at an existing situation, which I think is kind of fun and kind of interesting. So that might be helpful. I mean, there are other ways that you can look at this. I would also say, and I think this is also important. It's important to look. In fact, I'm not going to do this now, but there is a whole series of dates that are worth knowing. In fact, I think I've given it in the next slide. But, you know, coming into a Mercury Cazimi, there is a moment where, as Mercury is approaching the sun, it goes under the sun's rays. It's almost like it's overshadowed by the sun's brilliance, that you know, Mercury's function seems to go down and he gets a bit ignored, he gets a bit blinded out, or, you know, kind of nobody really notices him. You know, he's in the aura of the sun is central. As Mercury gets closer and closer, it becomes harder and harder to use our mind. And then the moment that Mercury is right in the heart of the sun is really saying, oh, hey, Mercury, I forgot about you, and kind of rising you up. So you can also, if you know what you're looking for, you can find out the times of when Mercury is known as being under the beams or combust. This is the position for when it's combust from the 14th of August, which actually starts today that I'm recording this, until the 23rd of August. And then in between that time, on the 18th and 19th, Mercury is absolutely risen up and given us this opportunity to learn something much deeper. So hopefully that's helpful. Let's go back to the original share, however. Okay, so this was my old slide from my previous Mercury Cazimi video, where I looked at all 6 Cazimis of the year to detail how they sort of evolved in your charts over this year. Here are the dates. Again, this is in my UK time zone. You can see maybe at the bottom, if I move my mouse away, there's yellow, then red, then blue with a little green dot in the middle. And that kind of shows that, you know, for a while, the Mercury will be what's known as under the beams in the yellow stage. And you'll see that this little dot shows it's under the beams. What this means is Mercury is a certain distance away from the sun. And then as he gets closer, I'm doing this as if he's moving forwards. Actually, Mercury is moving backwards. He's going retrograde. So, you know, when Mercury's here, it's getting closer and closer to the sun, but is under the beams. Then from August the 14th, which is today, the day that I'm recording this, he becomes combust, like he's completely overlooked by the sun. He's not in a strong position. And then on the 18th of August until the 19th of August, at those times, he is exactly in the heart of the sun and known as being combust, being Cazimi, and thereafter moves into the combust position until August the 23rd, and then is under the beams until the 28th of August, which I believe is also the day when Mercury starts to go direct and come out of the retrograde. So this is an interesting Cazimi. It is retrograde. You know, here's what I would absolutely recommend you do is just find out where this is in your birth chart. If I go back to the previous chart, you know, you'll understand that this is also the day of the full moon with an Aquarius and Leo polarity. You know, so the Cazimi is happening in exact opposition to the moon. And also, you know, it is also in a square to Uranus. So this point is really, really strong. You know, I would absolutely be looking inside my chart and thinking, okay, what is going on that's an absolute polarity between almost protecting myself and protecting my feelings versus getting out there and being courageous and shining? You know, is there something that I'm doing to protect myself from being seen? Also thinking in terms of, you know, what shocks might be coming from the outside, or, you know, because like the moon is about our internal operating system. The moon is also very much about the home and our feelings in general in terms of safety and security. You know, like the moon is absolutely how we shield ourselves a little bit, you know, because we feel quite vulnerable with the moon. The moon is kind of quite childlike as well. And the sun, by contrast, is us in our most assertive, most shiny, most, I don't know, when we're really being our purpose, when we're really fired up to be ourselves, when we're really shining. And that is usually an external thing. You know, we're doing the thing that brings us joy. And then this kind of midpoint between the two, you know, it's an outside influence. Is there, you know, what shocking outside influences are stopping you from truly allowing yourself to come out and be seen? So like check these out across your chart to see what they might mean. For me, this full moon is exactly on my IC, which funnily enough is where I'm most likely to hide. And this like Cazimi sun is right at the top of my chart where I'm most likely to want to shine. So this feels quite important to me. If it's going over one of your angles, it's likely to really bring into the foreground what's going on for you. So I hope that's helpful. Then the other notable thing for this particular week ahead between the 19th and the 25th of August, I would say is between the 23rd and the 24th, which is Friday and Saturday. So these are really also important. So, you know, between Friday and Saturday, we've got a lot of planets around about 23 degrees. And this is across the board. It's not just in fire signs, or it's not just in fixed signs. You know, we've got Mercury in Leo, which is a fixed fire sign. We've got Venus at 22 degrees, which is an earth mutable sign. We've got the moon and Chiron at 23 degrees in a cardinal fire sign. We've got Jupiter and Mars in particular at 22 degrees in an air mutable sign. So there's a couple of mutabilities. There's a couple of cardinals, and there is a fixed, and there's a couple of fires, an air and an earth. So, you know, there's no water going on in this, no water at all. This is really, if you think, fire is the predominant one, which is about our inspiration. Air is also fanning the flames of the fire, and Venus here, you know, is in the earth sign, which is kind of grounding this whole thing. But what I would say is, do you have something in your chart at 22, 23 degrees? Mainly in one of these signs. If you've got something like, I'm going through my Chiron return right now, you know, if you're going through your Chiron return, you know, this will really be sort of showcasing your chart, or really bringing off these energies in a really, really strong way. If you've got something at 22 to 23 degrees in the sign of Sagittarius, for instance, it will be in a trine to the moon and Chiron, and also to Mercury retrograde. So, and also in opposition to Mars. So check out where your 22, 23 degrees are. Do you have them on your angles? Because if you do, this is going to be affecting your angles through some kind of aspect. So it's really important to pay attention to it. I mean, these planets are bringing up two sextiles. So we've got a sextile here between Mercury and Mars, and we've also got Mars, the moon, and Chiron. The sextiles are really helpful. They're showing where energy is moving freely, and also showing where we might want to get busy. So you might choose to look and see where these are in your chart to see where this busy flowing feeling is taking place. We've also got one square, which is this from Mars to Venus. Mars and Venus in a square is really interesting because it shows where we might get stuck in between really wanting to assert ourselves and stand strong versus how how feminine or yielding we might be. We might not feel that we can do either completely. We've also got a quincunx, which I spoke about in my Yod video, actually, which was released very, very recently. But, you know, how are your emotions able to be released and understood versus your sort of feminine creative expression? You know, so there's a lot going on. There's also a trine and a semi-sextile. There's so much going on. You know, if you've got planets in Aries, Gemini, Leo, or Virgo, especially at these degrees, you're likely to be impacted by it. And I think if you've got predominantly air and fire signs going on in your chart, then I think this energy is likely to pick up and be felt as quite an uplift. So I hope that's helpful to know. Before I go any further, I just want to thank all the supporters of this channel so far. You know, everyone that gives me a donation, I will be putting you on my thank you list, and I really appreciate you. But if you just pop by, if you share or like or subscribe or send me a lovely comment, then I really feel that. I think that's really helpful. And of course, my channel is developing based on your feedback. So the more I get from you, the more you let me know what you would like, the more I can do and make this really work for everyone. So thank you very much. I couldn't do this without you. So all in all, then, let's have a really quick overview of this week ahead one more time. So the Monday the 19th seems to be the real sort of power day when things are really, really going in all sorts of directions. There's lots going on, lots of deep discoveries about ourselves. There's the Mercury Cazimi, you know, the fulcrum point of that, like Jupiter Saturn square. It's really coming into place, you know, and we've got like you know, the very, very harsh T-square to Uranus. I do think we're going to be feeling several different conflicting emotions at the same time, and really trying to work out what's what. You know, depending on how up for a challenge you are, I would say either really interact on that day or keep well away. If you're really sensitive and don't like conflict, don't like being kind of pulled this way and then that way, then I would absolutely look for a calm and peaceful day where you can journal and where you can take yourself on those little roads and little journeys. It's entirely up to how you can process energy. It is dynamic. If you are mixing in company where you might be triggered, just if you can remember the phrase, that's interesting that you think that. That's interesting. Tell me more. If you could like remember that and be able to just calmly ask that, then you may well avert some disasters, because often at the bottom of the triggering information underlying that is usually a lot, you know, there's something much deeper. And we often miss that when we're flying into some kind of panic or disgust. So Monday the 19th is quite a triggery day. And I think Tuesday the 20th is one of those days where we can just kind of relax a little bit and unwind. You know, don't do anything too strenuous. The moon's in Pisces. It's after a high energy day. There's usually some fallout. You know, we are coming back into our senses. Do something that can connect you back to you. You know, if you are by the sea, if you are doing, you know, if you have some sense of water, like a lake or a river, or I don't know, an aqueduct or somewhere where you can go and visit and just absolutely observe the sky and the water and get a bigger sense of perspective, then that would be really, really fantastic. On Wednesday, we've got two really lovely aspects. You know, Moon sextile Pluto really gets us moving and transforming things. It feels like we can start to make a decision that helps us feel a lot more empowered. And the Moon conjunct Neptune is kind of like a dreamy energy. So it starts with dreaminess and ends with a feeling of being empowered. So I do think this is quite helpful. On Thursday, the sun is going into Virgo, and we've also got Moon in a conjunction to the North Node. Now, this is kind of an interesting day whereby we are likely to want to feel where we are in terms of our purpose. And as the sun goes into the sign of Virgo, it's a natural time when we start to think about how we can get a bit cleaner, a little bit more organized, a little bit more fit for purpose. We're less tolerant of things that are a bit messy and not working quite correctly. We're also wanting to be of service. And if your purpose here in this lifetime feels like it is to be of service somehow, this could be a great day, you know, especially if you've been dreaming a little bit on Wednesday about, you know, who you are and what you're about and what would feel good, and then starting to get a bit more empowered, then this day is quite useful to pick up on those threads again. Then Friday and Saturday, I really see that these are very active days, especially if you've got things around 22 to 23 degrees. Like I said in my previous slides, it is a day when we can actually take a lot of action. You know, there's a lot that is helping us. You know, the sextiles are helpful, the trines helpful, the semi-sextiles helpful. We've also got the quincunx and the square to give us a bit of tension, but things can really move in a step-by-step way, in particular for the air signs, the fire signs, and people with stuff around, let's say, from 18 to 25 degrees of those particular signs. So watch your chart, have a look to see what's impacted, and, you know, work out what that might mean. There are so many different astrology sites where you can look up, you know, if Mercury is in a sextile to one of your planets or in a square to one of your planets. You can type in Mercury square, whatever your planet is, like say Jupiter, click enter, see what comes up. You know, there will be this kind of narrative emerging, you know, so use this opportunity to learn more about the thing that you're passionate about. You're obviously passionate about your astrology and feeling good, so check it out. And then on Sunday, this is an interesting day. We might be a little bit quick to react. We might be wanting to talk a lot more. The trine with Venus is likely to really want us to spend some time with our friends. In particular, towards the end of Sunday, we're starting to feel a little bit more daring, a little bit more eclectic, and looking for a little bit more fun and spontaneity. And let's face it, you know, this has been quite a heavy week. It starts off heavy and ends up a bit sort of more friendly and a bit more eclectic. So not bad. In a second, then I'm going to bring up the forecast. I'll be starting with Aries, going all the way through. This should be chaptered, so you should be able to just click to your particular sign that you're looking at. In particular, you can look at it from the ascendant, the sun, or the moon position for each of these signs. I'm going to be looking at the moon phases, the biggest aspects I've already mentioned, but from that particular sign's perspective, and also talking about the ruling planet. So I hope you'll join me in some of these forecasts. But anyway, thanks for listening so far and have a great week ahead. Hey Aries, so what are you getting ready to let go of in this week ahead? So what we're about to do in this forecast from the 19th to 25th is have a look at how you can manage the energies, juggle with them, boss them, you know, like really, really work the energies well. Now, this week starts with a full moon. It's a pretty crazy full moon, actually. I think it rivals the eclipse we had back in April. It's high energy. It's in a T-square to Uranus. The moon's here, the sun's here, and the T-square is here. It's also taking place on the day that Jupiter and Saturn go into their full square. There they are. And they're also in a T-square with Venus, no less. And it's also the day of Mercury Cazimi. So there's a lot going on, suffice to say, on Monday. And if you want to know more about that, please do check out the beginning part of this show. This is indexed, so you can go to the bits that you need to know about. I will also be doing an asteroid full moon recording as well, which should give you a little bit more information. Anyway, how is this going to be affecting you in the week ahead? So, you know, in this week ahead, we're starting in the sign of Aquarius with the moon and ending in Taurus. And how is that affecting you in this, you know, in this particular week in August? Well, this is where I think things start to get a little bit private and then start to get very personal. That's how I would sort of describe the sort of position of this moon energy from an Aries perspective. You know, initially, as we're coming into the full moon, you know, we're actually starting it a little bit before, the day before, you know, the moon goes into a conjunction with Pluto. So as we're starting this week ahead, there's already this feeling of existing intensity. As the moon comes into its fullness and goes into the exact square with Uranus here in the second house, to me, it feels like there is some kind of, I don't want to say emergency, but an emergence of big emotions. And these feelings, I think, have got everything to do with how you fit into the global picture, and also what is your global survival looking like. Now, survival, I realize, when I use the word survival, it brings up all sorts of panic and trigger words, and I'm not meaning to do that at all. But I think the context of who you are and where you exist and how you fit into the rest of the world in terms of your groups, your friendships, your networks, where you work, and also how does that fit in to do with your earnings, but also how you feel about yourself. There's with Uranus here, there is a really big revelatory energy going on in terms of your feelings of self-worth. Something is really coming up at this full moon. Now, on the same day, obviously, we've got Mercury going into a Cazimi at 26 degrees in the sign of Leo. And if anything, I think there is an idea for you to develop. Now, is this an idea that you're going to bring to fruition? Is this an idea that you're going to identify as your career? Who knows? Most likely not, However, it's not to say that the ideas you're having today are not significant. It's not everybody's route to work for themselves and to follow their passions, but the feeling of how you can get more passionate about your life, how you can come into the enjoyment of what it is that you like doing, and how that can raise your self-esteem, and how it can add to what you're prepared to receive is big. So, as you're starting this week with the full moon energies, and like I said, I will talk about those in a separate forecast, but be ready. If you want to work for yourself, if you want to develop something outside of your existing career, if you want to maybe create another area of safety for yourself, then please do consider this full moon as a moment in time where you could have a revelation about your passions, your worth, and how it all fits together. This is a very, very strong day. Now, I should also talk about the pressures of Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus. Now, I did mention them a little bit last week because this particular T-square has been coming in for a while. And I have also recorded a Jupiter and Saturn square video as well, giving you a longer term forecast for this particular energy. However, what I want to share with you in particular is there is also a desire to understand how your lifestyle is also contributing to your health, your emotional health, your physical health, your spiritual health. So whatever is going on Monday the 19th, in terms of this full moon, is also showing you that how you are currently doing it is probably not sustainable. If you are having to do extra things to feel that sense of self-worth so that you can do the job that you want to do and be in the circles that you want to be in, then something's not quite right. So, I think this full moon is really, really highlighting where things are out of balance in terms of what you need to do to be able to cope and be healthy with the lifestyle that you've got. And maybe that's not what you want to hear. And yet maybe there's some freedom in actually seeing it. Maybe there's some freedom in recognizing how I've got it right now is maybe needing a tweak. There's something that doesn't quite add up. So this full moon, is likely to really, really bring it out. Now, thereafter, after the full moon, we're going into that waning phase, the waning gibbous phase. And this waning gibbous phase is about letting go of your beliefs. It's about kind of being in gratitude and acknowledgement for who you are and where you are. And it's also a release. It's a letting go of all of those thoughts and premises that you've had about yourself that maybe aren't true any longer. They may have been true once upon a time, but maybe they're not now. Maybe you're not prepared to make the allowances that you've been making, and maybe you see the true cost of those allowances now. So there is a feeling of clearing up. There is a feeling of coming back into yourself and letting go of anything that's no longer relevant for you. It's a time of reflection. And of course, you are going through that reflection as the moon's going through the sign of Pisces. It will also be connecting with Saturn between the 20th and 21st, really confirming what you've already decided about your lifestyle and maybe where you might want to tweak it. And then as the moon is coming into Aries between the 22nd and 23rd, or on the 22nd and playing out during the 23rd, it's time to feel a bit more confident, a bit more talkative, a little bit more like you're ready to take on the world. You're ready to tackle it from a new perspective and the feeling of a new beginning. Now, one of the things I think is particularly good between the 23rd and the 24th, and actually a little bit before and a little bit after, the 23rd and 24th, these are the times when we've got this sort of very sort of exacting energy of the moon and Chiron in a conjunction together here. Now that is a sensitive moment that is likely to bring up a feeling of vulnerability, like where you could admit to yourself maybe what's been playing out and actually get the relief of that. I really do get that. But the moon and Chiron are in this trine to Mercury retrograde. We've also got Venus here in the sign of Virgo, and we've also got Mars, and all of them are between 22 and 23 degrees in their respective signs. Now, if you've got something in your chart, maybe it's an angle, like the ascendant, the descendant, the IC, the MC, maybe it's your sun, moon, or another planet, or the nodes even. But if you've got something at 22 to 23 degrees in the sign of Aries, Gemini, Leo, and Virgo, the chances are this energy is going to catalyze what it is that you want to bring into the world, what you want to manifest, what you want to get started on. So these are a really good time to get moving on things, because the energy will become, it will be made apparent, now you may well find that you've got these degrees in air and fire signs. So like the other fire signs, we've got Leo, we've got Sagittarius, we've got air signs, Aquarius, we've also got Libra. They are absolutely cooking on gas. If you've got something around 22, 23 degrees, or even you could say 18 to 24 degrees in those signs, again, you're going to be really, really picking up on these energies. What's significant about this, I would say, is that you've got the moon, which is a personal planet, Mercury, Venus, and Mars. All of these are working at the level of your personality. And of course, Chiron here, that's been touched by the moon. Chiron is working on the sort of personal aspects of vulnerabilities and possibly hurts, and how you can actually let go of them and move beyond them. So something very special is happening around the 23rd and 24th that is likely to get you to move forwards. So all in all, I think this is actually quite a useful week, albeit it starts on the most almighty full moon, which can be quite shocking, given that Uranus is in a T-square with it. It's not going to pull any punches, that's for sure. This is absolutely a hard-hitting full moon to get you to realize what it is you need to wake up about. Last thing then that I want to share, like Mars, your ruling planet, however you've got Aries showing up in your chart, the sign of Aries is ruled by Mars, and Mars in this week ahead is between 14 and 18 degrees in the sign of Gemini. It is still in a conjunction with Jupiter, albeit it's moving away from it. So there is a feeling of accruing optimism, I would say. You've had a moment to experience the Jupiter and Mars energy together, and it does get things moving. It does make us feel a little bit more optimistic and a lot more confident and a little bit braver and a little bit more courageous. And so, whatever is going on here, I think it's your recent coming into your own power that has really built up this kind of momentum. This is an intense pattern, for sure. It really, really is. So yeah, make the most of it. Have a fantastic time as you come to the end of the week on the 24th, 25th of, the moon is by this point in this place of Taurus. It's really sort of encouraging you to enjoy the spoils, enjoy what you've got in your life, enjoy your resources, and come into yourself. Recognize that everything that is around you is a reflection of what you're prepared to receive. So if you don't like what you've got, make your very strong intention that you're ready to receive more. You're open and ready for more opportunities. There you go, Aries. I hope that's helpful. Lots and lots of love. And if I can be of any help, then just get in touch. Bye for now. Taurus, how are you doing? So, what I want to ask you right at the start is, this is a week that starts on a full moon and a Mercury Cazimi, and also a really intense pattern, the likes of which I've spoken about earlier in this video. And if you wanted to see it, you can check out the chapters. This is a really, really big start to the week. Thereafter, we're going into the waning moon phase. And so in this short forecast, what I'm going to do is talk about the impact of Monday, the 19th, and all of those big, big patterns. And then, how the moon is taking you beyond that. This is quite a private, I would say, a reflective week ahead for you, given the position of the moon and where it's going. But as you come to the end of the week, you're back in your dynamic self. So how does this all manifest? How does this all take place? Let's work through this right now. Where I want to start this actually is to give a little bit of recognition to Venus. This is a forecast for the Taurus energy. You can use it for your, if you've got the moon in Taurus, if you've got your sun in Taurus, or even your ascendant in the sign of Taurus. This is about the energy of Taurus in this week ahead. Now, Venus is the ruler, and Venus is, she can be a real happy bunny. And when she's in a great sign and with really helpful aspects, she really brings out the best in her. But in this week ahead, she's feeling a little bit more disconnected. Now, I did mention this in last week's forecast, that she was coming into this opposition with Saturn. In this week ahead, she is right in the middle of the opposition with Saturn and also in a square to Jupiter. And so she's still not quite there. Later on, she's going to move out of this pattern and things are going to get easier. But for now, she's still reflecting on how disconnected that she's felt from things, from people, from situations, from her sense of being at home in herself. Venus is not functioning in the normal way. So, this is likely to have a bit of a knock-on effect for you, right off the bat. The usual flow that you have come to enjoy or expect, it's just not quite happening. So, if I was in your shoes right now, Taurus, what I would absolutely choose to do is to connect to myself and to ground. The energy of Earth is so important to you. So, if you're feeling disconnected, the first thing you need to do, I would say, is get in touch with your pets, or into your garden, or go for a walk, or if your children aren't screeching loudly, you might feel connected to them. I would go with nature first. Go with that silent part that you're going to be in a communion with, because that's where I think that connection starts to stir again. So work from that perspective. If you could connect in to something natural every morning when you wake up, and just remind yourself that however disconnected you felt recently from people and situations and places, it's just an anomaly and this will work out. You are going to be okay. You will feel reconnected again. Then I think that will, help the rest of the day go with a beautiful flow. Right. Anyway, let's talk about the 19th, because this is, I would say, the sort of crux of the week, and everything flows from this particular energy. So, what is the full moon? It's when the moon, which is represented up here, is in exact opposition to the sun. And this happens once a month, regular as clockwork, So, just before the full moon, all of the patterns have been growing, all the things that you've been experiencing, thinking, working on, worrying about, enjoying, reveling in, they've all been growing. And at the time of the full moon, you reach fever pitch, and then it's time to kind of let go of it. It really sort of, I would say, is very much like a gestation. If you're pregnant, your belly gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until you cannot hold that potential anymore. And that potential is ready to be released into the world. And release is a really, really great word for this, because you are birthing this full moon energy. Even if you're not a mum or a dad, you are absolutely birthing the idea of this energetic, and then you're releasing it, you're letting it go. And so, we are coming into the magnitude of feelings before we can let things go. So what feelings are arising? Well, according to its placement and how it is in relationship to the sign of Taurus, I would say that the energies have been growing and growing and growing and making you a lot more public, making you feel bigger in yourself, and, desiring of a greater status in life, to be seen more, to be heard more. It's almost like you've been experiencing a headiness about the idea of how far you can go, how high can you rise. You may well have it sort of in your career plan. You might have been thinking more about your particular career plan and how you advance. But whatever is going on, it's like you've been stepping into yourself, stepping into your power, and considering how you can step further and deeper, and to understand the sum total of your experience. How far is that going to take you? And so I think all of those have been playing into your consciousness. Now, what is quite shocking is this long-term position of Uranus. Every year Uranus will be every month Uranus is going to be in a tight square with the moon, and it's done this the whole time you've been alive. But for the last while, I can't remember when Uranus went into Taurus. Was it 2017 or 2018? Since that time, you've been experiencing this in a very sort of personal part of your chart, really showing that, the sort of like Taurus energy has been going through some deep, destabilizing patterns. You've been coming out of anything that's crystallized and formed, and you've been creating your new way. It's almost like an inner rebelliousness has been going on, where you've been looking at how you've been, what the standards were, what the narrative was that you were raised in, and what fits and what doesn't. Most likely over the last 6 years or so is you've experienced this kind of rapid change of direction in terms of your plans, based on what you were expected and what other people were expecting of you. Having Uranus in this part of your chart will have made you a lot more cosmic and a lot more ready to stand in your own power in a completely new way, in a way that maybe is not what other people have in mind for you. And so, you've had to think differently and act differently and be ready for sort of different outcomes and outputs. And at this time, with this full moon right up here at this highest part of your chart, you may be receiving or experiencing what happens, the consequences of when you cut your own path. It's not always easy to cut your own path, especially if it deviates from the standard path that people have been expecting you to go down. And so I think the tension of being original, the tension of being independent, the tension of making up your own mind is weighing on you. Is it going to have an impact on your career? Is it going to have an impact on how responsible people think you are? And what are you going to do about it when you're living the results of people's feelings about you? How are you going to deal with this? Are you going to just realize that actually whatever people think about you is their own decision? It's nothing, like there's nothing you can do about it. How are you going to free yourself from that? Are you going to free yourself from that? I recommend that you do. Hand on heart, though, I know I haven't done that myself, but it's something I work on a lot. So I think this is bringing up a lot. It's stirring up a lot about how you can fully be yourself, and also understand that if you are fully being yourself, everyone else is going to be fully themselves, and they might not like you for it. They might not appreciate you, and you might just have to live with that. So there's a few things going on. And of course, Taurians are quite peaceful people. Taurians want to get on. People, Taurians want to be connected. And so this is a really difficult thing that I think is part of a longer term picture, but it just sort of awakens and feels a bit shocking. Now, during this full moon, or just before it, in fact, there is the Mercury Cazimi. Now, that is absolutely showing you what you need to feel stable right now. What are your absolute psychological needs, your safety needs, your needs to feel like you are adequately resourced, you have everything you need. And I think this is where your true genius can come out to play, and surprise and delight you. If you're listening to this before the full moon, ask yourself the questions now, like write them down, or record a little message to yourself on your phone. Ask yourself something to the effect of, how can I experience a greater level of security in myself? How can I feel comfortable that all my needs are met? How can I feel released and refocused and re-energized in my life? The more you ask yourself these kinds of questions, the more the Mercury Cazimi is likely to reward you with sudden insight, just like that. It's just going to come in. You're not going to know where it's come from, but it's like there are these messages, these awarenesses that are likely to come up. So use the Mercury energy to feel more secure, more stable, to know where you belong. Because that's at the seat of all your behaviors. If you're feeling satisfied and secure and comfortable, that will absolutely be revealed in the way you're behaving in life and the kinds of decisions that you're making. So I see this as beneficial. Over the course of this full moon and for the rest of the week, we've also got the tensions of Jupiter and Saturn in the square. I have recorded a separate video about that. Check that out if you're interested in it. The Jupiter and Saturn square is playing out for 10 months, but this is the exactitude. The first exact aspect is happening also on the 19th. So again, another feeling of tension to bring about this, the decisions that you're making about yourself. I also recognize that there is a bit of a release point here, which is occurring around about 7 degrees in the sign of Gemini. This release point, in terms of Sabian symbols, is absolutely about knowing when to say no, and holding out for better conditions. So if that resonates, at the time of this full moon, consider, how good are your conditions? Are you making a slave of yourself? And how can you politely decline certain aspects and stand for what you know to be right for yourself? This release point here, between this like incredible pattern, is in this place of your resources and what you're earning. So yeah, you might also want to consider that. As we move towards the latter part of the week, the moon goes into the sign of Pisces and then into the sign of Aries. I think, between the 20th and the 22nd, you're likely to feel a lot more reflective. We are in the waning gibbous phase. It's, like I said, it's a time to clean up. It's a time to, I think, express gratitude and acknowledgement for what you do have, but also to recognize what you are releasing and what you're letting go of, and reflecting on that. The 22nd to the 23rd are particularly, like reflective, but reserved. Like you are likely to come back into yourself. This time of the month, when the moon is in the sign of Aries, is naturally a time when you come back into yourself and aren't feeling quite so social. But what I would recommend is, from the 23rd to the 24th, there is a turning point. And this turning point is beautifully aligned, especially if you know your chart. Check out if you've got anything significant around the degrees of 22 or 23 degrees, in particular in the signs of Aries, Gemini, Leo, and Virgo, where we've got the moon, Chiron, Mercury, Venus, and Mars. There is a very, very energizing potential for people with those degrees showing up. Now, you might have 22 to 23 in the sign of Sagittarius or Aries or Libra. They'll really be playing into these patterns as well, because there's already 2 fire signs. This is something that you want to get motivated about. So there is something being generated for you, some feeling of warmth and something that is almost like a doing energy. Now, you might also have something, we could extend that, let's say 18 to 23, 24 degrees. If you've got anything around those degrees, this is your time to get moving on things. There are some great moving energies. These energies are likely to move together. The moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, they're personal planets. This is felt at the level of your personality. So, to sort of sum this up this week ahead for you, Taurus, what I would say is it starts off with really, really big feelings that are slightly bigger than you can almost manage. And then towards the end of the week, as you're reflecting and releasing, letting go, and feeling like it's time for a clean up, and feeling sort of the gratitude of what you do have, then I think the action starts to come in, the impulse, the knowledge of what you need to be working on. Last thing then, on the 25th, there's some aspects really wanting to get you back into a fun state. So, the moon is in the sign of Taurus. While it's there, it's making a lovely trine to Venus, and it's coming into a lovely conjunction with Uranus. So, things are going to get exciting again. So whatever happens at the start of the week, if anything, it's just stalling you a little bit to reflect, give yourself a bit of extra time before feeling that certainty of how to move forwards. So there you go. I hope that's helpful, Taurus, and speak to you next time. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. Bye. Hey there, Gemini. This is your forecast for the 19th to the 25th of August, 2024. What a week we've got coming up. It starts with a massive as the full moon occurs in the sign of Aquarius, which is a fellow air sign. This is the mother of all full moons, I have to say. It is absolutely bringing up so much to do with what you know to be true and what isn't true. Feels like there's a bit of an emotional and information overload going on for you. So let's put this all into context across the whole week. I think that would be really, really helpful. So what I'm going to do in this forecast is talk about the 19th, which is a big day. It's got the full moon. It's also got a Jupiter, Saturn, Venus T-square, so 2 T-squares. It's got a release point here. It's also got Mercury Cazimi happening down here, all on the 19th, no less. Then I'm going to talk you through the waning gibbous phase, what you might choose to do around these days. And then I've got, I want to draw your attention to between the 23rd and 24th. That's Friday and Saturday of next week, because there's some really useful and lovely energies going on. And so what I really think this week is absolutely highlighting is whatever is coming up right now. And, if you're listening to this the weekend before, if you're listening to this before the full moon, there's some preparation that you can take and make, so that as the full moon comes in, you're sort of in full consciousness of what is being birthed in you right now. That's what the full moons are about, what you are birthing and what you are releasing, so that you can really pull in on this great energy towards the end of the week. So I see that this week starts with an intensity for sure, and with a deep level of power, but that it can end on a really sort of motivated, like a real sort of like note of motivation and a feeling of things are getting moving again. So let's unpack this a bit more. So first of all, what are you birthing right now? So I've already said it's a bit of an emotional overload, an information overload. This is really aimed at the sort of Gemini energy, so whether you've got your moon, your sun, or your ascendant in the sign of Gemini, what this full moon is really bringing up for the Gemini energy is a need to have something bigger. Whatever your life is like at the moment, it feels like there's a much bigger context out there for you, that you need to experience life a bit larger, a bit broader, with a bit more adventure. It feels like there's a sort of overload of information right where you are, and you're kind of almost like there is a wall around you and you're wanting to break through it, like punch your way through this wall so you can see what's on the other side. So you can, is this a case of grass is greener? Maybe, but you won't know if you can't like peek over that wall and see what's going on. So I really think there is this very, very strong need to escape, this strong need to feel something bigger, to have a bigger vision. So there is a lot going on there. Now, the full moon is also in an exact T-square to Uranus. Now, since I think 2018, Uranus has been going through a very sort of private and personal and reflective part of your chart. It's been, first of all, it's been really bringing up your intuitive gifts. It's been helping you see what you really need, and how you might react, and it's creating a sort of stirring behind the scenes, a stirring for something new, a stirring for something a bit more fresh, but also a little bit more adventurous. And this particular full moon is absolutely capitalizing on the need for freshness and the need for a break, a need for a clearance, a need for greater possibility. And so, yeah, this full moon, I think, is absolutely playing off some of your unconscious desires that have been playing out. I don't know if, for me, I always know what's going on in my unconscious mind because I hear myself. And I don't know if everybody hears themselves, but I hear almost like this little whisper that says, what about me? Or, oh, that's not going to go well. Those like inner voices that you have. So I have like little inner voices that give me little clues. It is my voice, but for you, it might not be. Yours might be the voice of God or universe or how you want to put it. But it's almost like I have something playing out. And if I'm quiet enough and still enough, I hear it really, really clearly. But you might just get a sense, for some people, it's just this sense of a physical sort of growing irritation. But for me, I'm able to hear it. So my question to you is, what is your body saying to you? What is your soul saying to you? What's your higher self saying to you? What are all those components that you don't often listen to saying to you right now intuitively? What can you channel from your experience? Because Uranus here is ready to reveal secrets. He's ready to let you know what you're hiding from. He's and he will have already been giving you loads of clues, but this full moon is likely to bring them out. Speaking of clues and things coming out, leading up to this time, we've got Mercury in a Cazimi at 26 degrees in the sign of Leo. If you want to know any more about that, then please do check out the first half of this video. It's all chaptered, so hopefully you'll be able to zero in on the bit that's helpful. And I've also done a Mercury Cazimi video for all 6 of them this year as well, so that might be a useful resource. But the Mercury Cazimi that happens before, I think it's a couple of hours before the full moon, it is there to help your unconscious mind reveal what's going on. So, Mercury and Uranus are actually quite cool planets working together. They are both mind planets. Mercury is your actual mind, your mentality, your ability to communicate. And Uranus is like the higher mind, the more connected telepathic mind that is connected into all that is, but also your higher self, whoever it is that you believe is there, the universe, whatever you can hear, that's that sort of higher sense of mentality, the higher sense of thought, the higher communications, it's all there. So this Cazimi is really ready to tell you everything you need to know to help you over the next hurdle, or to help you find what it is that would feel most peaceful, feel good, and so on and so forth. So in preparation for this, if you are listening to this over the weekend before the 19th, start asking yourself these questions now. Talk to your unconscious mind. Now, the best way to do it, from my perspective, is to go for a walk, get into nature, and to ask yourself open questions that you don't answer. And that's really important. Ask yourself questions and then leave them hanging in the air. Just kind of ask them, let them go. Ask another one, let them go. And you'll see what comes up. Now, what questions might you want to ask? Well, how can I feel freer in my life? How can I experience greater possibilities for freedom and vision in my world? What might I want? Hang on. How do I say it? Well, I mean, one great one would be the access consciousness one, which is, how does it get any better than this? Because that is really helping you to see over the wall. You might ask yourself, what ways have I trapped myself that I can now free myself from? How can I feel a greater sense of freedom and empowerment? How can I see the bigger picture right now? How can I free myself from small-mindedness? How can I move myself beyond my wall, my current wall, my self-imposed belief system. Anything that helps you to free and expand your mind so that you see more possibilities and that you get that sense of freedom and excitement and adventure. Any questions that are there to sort of like crack open your mind and to really hear Uranus. You might even say, higher mind, what do you want to share with me right now? And leave it there. Universe, how can I live the absolute best life for me? Leave it there. And then over the course of the weekend, and particularly at the time of the Mercury Cazimi, you may well find that all of a sudden these little pennies all drop into place, that you start to sow some seeds, you get some ideas, and all of a sudden there is that feeling of movement again. Now, on the day of the full moon as well, we've got this Jupiter and Saturn square. Now, I have recorded a video about Jupiter and Saturn square, which might be useful because it's playing out over 10 months. But this is the moment where they become exact on the day of the full moon. And they are also, both of them, in a hard aspect to Venus. Now, again, I did talk about this particular T-square last week. I did give it some attention, but Venus is still not quite herself. You know, she's still feeling quite disconnected. There is this feeling of disconnection, in particular with authority, and in particular with what that means to you. So it's almost like you're pulling away from authority, but don't know what that means for you and how to be when there isn't a pecking order, when there isn't this sense. It's almost like you're feeling disconnected from the security, the things that you felt secure around up until now. And that might be because you've outgrown them as an authority source. It might also be because you've grown in your own power. But of course, there is that feeling, a bit like a child that is big enough, like a toddler, you know, that is taking its first steps, but still not quite sure of themselves. So I do think Jupiter and Saturn are playing out some of that. And Venus in the hard aspects is just showing you the difficulty in taking those first steps on your own. What I'd like what I'd like to share with you right now is you can do this. You know, whatever is all the challenges you've ever done in your life so far, you've had to do most of them on your own. Yeah, sure, you would have had support. You would have had people near you who could step in, a bit like a parent watching you take your first steps. But you still had to show up and take each step. It's you that is taking your steps. You've managed all of your steps so far, and you will have stumbled. You will have twisted an ankle or two. You will have made some mistakes, but it's still you that got back up again, and it's still you that took the next step again. So, you know, all I want you to know from this is keep going, keep taking the next best step. And then, you know, Venus will move beyond this, and then she'll remember how to connect again. So this is just a wobble. You know, you will feel connected to people again, but you need to take this next step alone. So the moon goes into the sign of Pisces, really helping you to know that your next step and what you've already committed to is right. You know, so it's kind of giving you the information that you already knew about yourself. And then as the moon comes into the sign of Aries on the 22nd, 23rd, there is this interesting set of energies. So there is this feeling of energies growing. And on the 23rd in particular, it really starts to come in. It comes into play. So we've got the moon and Chiron in a conjunction together in Aries, possibly again bringing up issues to do with, are you feeling supported or not? Is there a pain about not feeling connected to friends and networks, or maybe not having the right friends? You know, I actually think it's quite lonely to be surrounded by people that you don't feel in alignment with. I actually feel more comfortable and more connected when I'm on my own, but you'll have your own way of doing that. But you know, the moon and Chiron here will probably bring up a feeling of disconnection again. So that's a big one for you. You know, the 11th house is a place where we can get some support, so that's something to watch out for. However, we've also got Mars at 22 degrees in the sign, 23 degrees in the sign of Gemini, in a conjunction with Jupiter, really giving you a sense of confidence and a sense of courage. Then we've also got Mercury retrograde in the sign of Leo, really tapping back into your original story about yourself, relearning who you are, getting to the core of who you are. And then Venus at 22, 23 degrees in the sign of Virgo, really showing you how to be a lot more natural about who you are and to reclaim that natural part of yourself. So there is this feeling of a new start. And yes, it might come from the vulnerability of needing to take a step forwards. And yet, you know, on the 23rd and 24th, which is Friday and Saturday of next week, there is this feeling that you can do it and you know what step to take. These changes, these brilliant energies, if you've got something in your chart, whether it's your angles, your sun, your moon, or maybe the planets and nodes, if you've got something between, say, 18 to 24, 25 degrees in the sign of Aries, Gemini, Leo, or Virgo, it's going to really play with that energy. It's like this personal energy of communication, laughter, love, sharing, and taking action about something emotional. You know, it feels like these are really sort of personal energies. So what I really think is what starts at the beginning of the week on a really big day where you can get some big information about what you need and maybe what you've been missing. Where that's leading is around the 23rd, 24th, is to this lovely feeling that you can take a step forwards. It's a motivation, you know, and it feels very, very personal. It's almost like you've embodied what you've learned on the 19th and you're actually able to put it to good use. So I actually see this as a progression. I see this as being very, very sort of beneficial. You know, I will talk more about the full moon in my full moon asteroid forecast, also being released this week. So that might also give you some extra information. But yeah, I see this as helpful. Last of all, then, you know, as the moon comes in to this, you know, on the 24th into the sign of Taurus, you know, this useful, motivated energy is still playing out. But the very last day, next Sunday, the 25th, it actually feels like it's a day where you want to rest up a little bit, go into a bit more reflection, kind of take a deep breath, calm yourself, because as we start the following week, there's some really quite nice energies. So we've got the moon, you know, in a trine to Venus. We've also got a conjunction between the moon and Uranus, which is likely to make us a lot more insightful about the people we want to connect with, and also create a feeling of an excitable, surprising connection. So there you go. That's my take for the week ahead. Don't forget the Cazimi. Mercury is your ruling planet. So, you know, if you can really think about what you would like to know that you don't yet know, that would save you time, money, heartache, you know, what would really, really help you right now? And if you can think of it right now and ask yourself, I wonder what it is that I need to know. Hold that question. I wonder what is going to drop into your consciousness. So there you go. If I can be of any help, get in touch, book a reading. But yeah, have a great week ahead and catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey, Cancer. Now, I don't know if you're, you know, a moon in Cancer, Cancer sun, or if you've got your ascendant in Cancer. This is the sort of forecast for the Cancer energy in its entirety. Now, what do we know about Cancer? Well, Cancer is ruled by the moon. And this week, from the 19th to the 25th of August, starts with a full moon. And it's not just any full moon, it's quite a big full moon. I would say possibly the second most important moon of this year. This is a really, really big one. So the full moon is happening in the sign of Aquarius. And Aquarius is ruled in part by Uranus and Saturn. Well, both Uranus and Saturn are in T-squares on the 19th, on the day of the full moon. So this is absolutely really, really strongly felt by you. So what I'm going to do in this short recording is talk about, first of all, the 19th, the day of the full moon, and all of the potentials there, and how you might release some of this energy, how you might prepare for it. I think preparation is key. Then I'm also going to talk about the actual flow of the moon, which signs is the moon going through and how that's likely to affect the running of your week ahead. And then I also want to pay attention to what's going on the 23rd to the 24th and how that's likely to bring up a sense of motivation, a sense of moving forwards, and also a sense of cohesion. So I think things are coming together. So, in a nutshell, here's how I think the week is going to work. We have big energy at the start, some moments of reflection, and then a feeling of cohesion and a movement ahead. So let's dive deeper into this right now. So first of all, we've got the full moon. Now, if we think about a full moon, what is it? It's when the moon gets super, super big. And it's like, I guess if you're pregnant or if you're gestating, you're growing a baby, you're growing a situation, and you grow it as big as it can get before this baby needs to be released. And that's like all of creativity, really. You see, I love gardening, and you see these seed heads get really, really full before they burst open and share their seeds everywhere. So there are so many different ways that we see the fullness of life get to its pinnacle of fullness before it releases and it lets go. And this is the moment that we're up to in this month of August. We are at the fullness and subsequent release stage. So the question is, what are you feeling full about right now? What has come up as an urgency? What has come up in your unconscious mind? What has come up into your emotions, your psyche? What is playing out right now? Now, the energy of this full moon in Aquarius from a Cancerian perspective is, I think, about the past, about the sort of karmic aspects that you've lived through, about transformation, and also about some of the difficult feelings that you might be holding on to as part of an unspoken expectation, an unspoken family rule, an unspoken relationship responsibility that you've taken on. This full moon is likely to activate feelings of unspoken expectations and jobs and tasks that you've taken on that maybe don't belong to you. Okay, so that's what that's the first thing, that you're probably doing a lot more emotionally than you need to do. Like, are you holding your family together? Are you holding your relationship together? Are you taking the emotional burden for other people? If that's a theme that's absolutely resonating for you, then probably the best preparation you can do before this full moon, especially if you're listening this weekend, is to pay attention to a couple of key questions. If you start asking yourself questions such as, how can I be free of emotional burdens? How can I find a new way of managing emotional burdens? How can I support partners without burdening myself? Isn't it interesting? The word burden has come up a few times in what I was saying. Essentially what this full moon could absolutely represent for you is that you find a way to break free, that you find a way to create a different kind of support system so that the support isn't killing you. In fact, the support that you're offering people is inspiring. You see, this full moon is also in a T-square to Uranus, and Uranus is really highlighting the place of collaboration, friendships, networks, and things like that. Uranus in this part of your chart, and it's been there since like 2018. Uranus is absolutely highlighting new ways of doing friendship, new ways of connecting, new ways of collaborating, and new ways of sharing. And so this full moon is, if anything, this full moon is bringing up the fact that you've already forgotten what you've been learning. You've gone into your old patterns of taking on more than you can comfortably cope with. In fact, taking on things that don't belong to you and taking on things that you think might earn you some kind of, like extra thanks or gratitude or something like that. And actually what you're really learning or have been learning is it's a thankless task. And so, what's really coming up right now is you need to remind yourself of what you've been learning. Like, how have you learned to trust others in new ways? How have you learned to inspire other people to join you in a collective task, a collective responsibility, rather than you just doing it all on your own? So I really see that as being important. Now, what is underpinning this, I would say, is brought up with Mercury Cazimi. Now, that actually happens just before the full moon. And Mercury Cazimi is highlighting a part of your awareness to do with self-love, recognizing your value and receiving, like, how can you receive more support? How can you receive? So it's not how can you give and overgive, but how can you receive, and how can you absolutely encourage being supported yourself? How can you flip that? How can you make a mirror image of that? If you can ask yourself the right questions, your unconscious mind will, I think, give you the solutions or give you little signs to show you you're on the right track. You know, Uranus here is absolutely challenging your desire to receive and challenging your tendency to overgive. And so I think there's a breaking point coming up for you with this full moon, and it could break it wide open in a really, really helpful way. Now, like Mercury Cazimi is there to give you that sort of brainwave, to give you that little spike of information that helps you connect, you know, that missing piece, so that you can blow this wide apart and you know, start a new pattern. So you don't have to be a victim of overgiving. And just because you've given more so far doesn't mean to say you have to continue. There are other ways of doing it. So that, I think, is a really strong message. Now, also on the 19th, there's another pattern playing out. Now, I have already spoken about this in the Jupiter and Saturn forecasts for the next 10 months ahead. But, you know, Saturn here in the 9th, you know, in opposition to Venus, is really, I think, also representing how lonely it can feel when you feel out of conscious alignment with other people. You know, so at one level, there is this desire to really meet people in your community and feel like you're on the same level. And yet there's an awareness that you've got that takes you beyond, takes you to a place that you're not quite comfortable in yet. You know, it's showing you that you've almost outgrown the people that you've that you've grown up with, that you know, people in your community. And so there's a kind of loneliness in the responsibility of knowing more or researching more or being open to more consciousness. You know, it's made you more aware, and the sort of what that's resulted in, you know, in particular this week, is this feeling of disconnection. Now, Jupiter is quite helpful in this. And right now, Mars is here as well, really, really opening it up at an unconscious level and maybe a soul level or a higher self level. There's information there that can help you move forwards with courage. Jupiter really shows us where we can be faithful. Jupiter shows us where we can open up in spirit. You know, Jupiter can show us how we can trust our inner convictions and trust ourselves. So I think this is more a matter of faith rather than, I think you can resolve this as at a level of belief. You know, so wherever you find yourself right now in the knowledge that is disconnecting you from others, if you can trust your feelings of faith and spirituality, if you can trust that the reason you know stuff is for a good reason, I think you can pull through this. And if you also have a sense that we're all here to experience our path in a different way and to do that at different times, at different speeds, I think that's going to help you. All in all, these two T-squares are playing out at the same time. And there is this, I think this is a little release point or a nexus point of this is a crossover. Like these two patterns are creating a symmetrical shape. And I see this point of 7 degrees in the sign of Gemini as being quite helpful. Now, the Sabian symbol for that is about, in fact, let me just look at it. It's seeing how important you really are in a situation and being open for better rights and conditions and knowing when to say no. Now, that really fits into what I'm sharing, doesn't it? You know, so the idea of you overgiving and under receiving is also linked into knowing when to say no and also standing for a more equitable situation for yourself. So, yeah, I think the 19th is bringing all of this to a fore in such a way that you can no longer ignore it. And I really do advise you, don't ignore it. You know, absolutely pay attention to yourself, put yourself first. One of my good friends, Sarah, hello, Sarah, if you're listening, she says, when you put yourself first, life puts you first. Isn't that motivating? Isn't that beautiful? So put yourself first, even though, we've been conned into believing that putting ourselves first somehow makes us selfish or, unkind or whatever. Actually, it might be what we really need to do, because when we put ourselves first, we connect into our skills, we connect into our energy, we connect into all of the beauty within us, and it can come forwards. But of course, if you're only helping other people bring themselves forwards, then what you've got to offer gets really, really limited and obscured. So I really see that as a possibility for you. Anyway, this week will progress beyond the 19th, and whatever is coming up for a reason. It needs to be felt really, really big so that you can release it and let it go. So, after that, we're in the waning gibbous phase, and the waning gibbous phase is about releasing, letting go, reflecting on, what you've been holding on to. It's a time to clear things up. And I always think that gratitude and some acknowledgement of how far you've come, how far you've held pattern, and maybe why you've held it. You can be grateful for your tenacity and your determination, and grateful for your open heart to do that. So let it go, just like let it go peacefully. I see that as the moon goes through Pisces, it's quite a quiet time. And then around the 22nd, 23rd, it starts to pick up again. Now, why is that happening? I think it's just that you need a bit of a rest, that you need a bit of, a moment just to chill out. And, when the moon's in Pisces, most of us are feeling quite reflective. But from the 22nd, it starts to pick up pace again. And on the 23rd, when the moon comes into a conjunction with Chiron, there is this new pattern that is playing off. And I see this as quite a supportive pattern. Now, if you know your chart, it is worth checking out. Do you have anything between 18 and 24, 25 degrees in the sign of Aries, Taurus, Leo, or Virgo? If you do, it's going to be absolutely playing into these beautiful energies going on. So we've got the moon in Chiron at 22 degrees. We've got Mercury retrograde in the sign of Leo at 23 degrees. We've got Venus, I think, at 22 degrees. And we've also got Mars, I think, at 23 degrees. So 22, 23. What this means is we've got sextiles, we've got squares, we've got semi-sextiles, we've got trines. All of this energy is kind of the square sets it off. It gives it some motivation to kind of pick up speed, but the sextile, the trine, and the semi-sextile creates useful actions. So I think the 23rd to the 24th, which is Friday and Saturday, are your days to start moving forwards. And so maybe what's happening is you've learned something, you've reflected, and then you're ready to pick up pace again and to take a step forwards. So I really see that this is really quite helpful. As we come to the end of the week, the moon is in the sign of Taurus, and it's in that friendly place. It's really showing us that we can have a global expectation, a global vision for you and your friends. We can reconnect. We can start to reconnect with each other. As we come to the end of the week, Venus is making a trine to the moon is making a trine to Venus, which is helping us to reconnect again and helping us feel a bit more confident and a bit more in flow. And then finally, it's edging up closer to a conjunction with Uranus, which gives us that sense of, I think, excitement. So as we end this week, I think we are ending it on an excitable social note, where we think that, yes, we are absolutely about to reconnect again in a whole new way and with a whole new purpose. So there you go. I hope that's helpful from start to finish over the week of the 19th to 25th, Cancer. If you do want to know more about the full moon, I'm also recording a full moon update where I compare the full moon to the asteroids of the moment as well. And it's going to touch on some really interesting ones. So I'm going to be talking about Lilith, Sedna, Magdalena, and Ceto. There's a lot of really deep, dark, stirring stuff coming up. So stay tuned for that. But have a lovely weekend and week ahead. And if I can be of any extra help to you, then just get in touch. Lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so this is the forecast for all of the Leo energy from the 19th to 25th of August. Now, I don't know if you've got your moon in Leo, your sun in Leo, or the ascendant in the sign of Leo. That the sign of Leo is what I'm talking about here, which sort of incorporates all of it, and the sun is the ruler. Now, the sun is involved in a couple of things this week, which I think, it's important to recognize. And both of these big patterns are happening on the very first day, on the day of the full moon. Now, what is a full moon? Well, the full moon is when the moon gets big, gets as big as it can before it releases itself. I always, as a mum, I always think of pregnancies, where your pregnant belly gets bigger and bigger and bigger until there is no more potential to grow. And the only thing you can do is release and let go of the energy. Well, the moon is absolutely going to be big, full of emotions. Anything going on in your psyche is really, really big at this time. But the full moon, and how this relates to the sun, is the moon and the sun appear to be completely opposite each other. So, the sun and the moon are, the most polarized they've ever been. And that's the thing to focus on at the time of this full moon, is this feeling of polarity, this feeling of a feeling of maybe divisiveness. I'm not saying you should focus on feeling divided. However, the full moon always gets you like that. It's a time when you feel very much that your body and your heart are in one place and your mind is in another, or you could say your ego and your unconscious, who knows? But to me, you could say head and heart. It almost feels like there's this split going on. Now, this split is also quite sort of emphasized because also on this day we've got Mercury Cazimi. Now, what's a Cazimi? The Cazimi is when a planet gets into the heart of the sun. It's an exact conjunction. So the sun, interestingly, the ruler of the sign of Leo, is in an exact conjunction with Mercury retrograde, which I think is very much about retelling your story in a new way and revisiting who you are. So it's in this tight conjunction, and then just moments later in this really strong opposition. So it's like, who are you and which pattern do you want to focus on? It's like you are rewriting the story of you whilst also at the same time being aware of some very intense emotions that you maybe feel quite separate from. So how does this all work? Well, I'll tell you what, let's roll this out as an ongoing story for the week ahead. So what I'm going to do in this forecast is look at the day of the 19th, the day of the full moon, and the Cazimi that I've just mentioned, but then look at it through the arc of the moon signs and how the moon is going through your chart and what it's really highlighting for you. I also want to talk about the patterns, the sort of slightly longer lasting pattern. So we've got this Saturn and Jupiter square that comes in. In fact, they're exact on the day of the full moon, and it's still in opposition and in a square to Venus. So I'm going to be talking about that. But I then want to talk about towards the end of the week when we've got this really quite a darling little setup where we've got Mars, we've got Mercury retrograde and Venus and the moon and Chiron all at 22 or 23 degrees of their respective signs. So we've got a trine, a sextile, a semi-sextile and a square, which is a really deeply motivating pattern. So here's how I think it's going to work for you, Leo, over this week ahead is we've got this we're starting on a great big roar of energy. And then as we go through the week, we have a quiet moment. That's when the moon's in Pisces. And then it starts to build up again. It's almost like you've had a really, really full day. You have a rest, you go to sleep. And then when you wake up, it's a new day and you've got these things to do. So I really think this is an important week for you. So let's dive a bit deeper. So on the 19th, yes, there is the polarized feelings. Now, the next thing to understand is, in this week ahead, the story of you is absolutely being rewritten. And, if you are listening to this a couple of days before the full moon, this would be a really good time over the weekend to start to plan how you might use the Mercury Cazimi energy. So the Cazimi energy is there to give you a bit of a brain wave, a bit of a new perspective, a download if that's your thing. It's giving you a step up where your mind becomes super sharp, super alert, and really, really focused, like you can zero in almost like laser-like energy and really see the crux of a pattern. Now, something that I haven't mentioned yet, and that is that the Sun and Mercury retrograde and the Moon are also in this tight T-square with Uranus. Now, Uranus is the higher vibration, the higher harmonic of Mercury. It is absolutely about the higher mind, what we channel, what we just know, and how it just comes in almost like telepathically. Now, Uranus is in the 10th house, which is in a really sort of public place. It's in a place where information is coming to us from all different walks of life, in particular in our journeys on a day-to-day basis. You know, when you think about how you stand in the world, maybe in terms of your work or in terms of your reputation, in terms of your output and what you're known for, it feels like through being who you are being, that's where all this extra intel is coming from. And on the day of the full moon, it just feels like there's a lot of information that you've picked up from the outer world, and then you're trying to process it in real time during the moment of the full moon with a Mercury Cazimi. So I see this full moon in Aquarius as giving you a lot of insight about your responsibility to others. You know, the moon is absolutely highlighting everything to do with other people, but maybe it's also talking about the relationship between you and others, where your responsibility starts and where your responsibility ends. In particular, given that, you know, you've got, like, you're ruled by the Sun and you've got Mercury retrograde coming back into the Sun. To me, I think you've gone off your purpose in recent weeks. You know, that you've forgotten who you are. You've forgotten the magic of who you are, maybe the magnitude of who you are and how far you reach out there. It feels like you're needing to really rewrite yourself as a much bigger hero, make your part a bit bigger, and stop giving a lot of the bit parts of the movie of your life to other people. Not everyone has the same level of star quality as you do. And right now, I think it's important for you to reclaim your star. Now, you know, where Uranus has been really since 2018, and what he's been bringing up for you is that it's important for you to be brave enough to break away from what you think you need to do. And in terms of how you do your life and how you survive and how you stand in the world and how you're seen, you know, I think since 2018, you've been learning new ways of being and probably being quite a pain in the butt to people. You know, you've been quite independent, you've been changeable, and moving the goalposts, you know, so I actually think this is you coming into your stardom. I think this is you getting ready to actually say, here I am. And that's not a very easy place to be right now. You know, there's so many different sort of philosophies and narratives, especially like, you know, in education and when you hear governments talking, and anything to do with self-interest seems to be put down and somehow made selfish, somehow made bad. You know, I noticed just in this last week, you know, the UK have had a real strong reaction. Obviously, I'm from the UK. The UK have had a very, very strong reaction to what's been going on in, you know, with all the riots going on. And they've taken a really, really hard line and some might say understandable line, but, you know, to treat what they're seeing as the results, you know, they're sort of almost removing people's rights to be themselves. So I think there is this real sort of like difficult scenario at the moment in, you know, planet Earth 2024, and that is it okay to be yourself? Is it okay to, or how is it okay to be yourself? Where does that start and where does that finish? Where does our responsibility to other people come in? And this is where the full moon is really, really showing up in your life. Is you are quite amazing. You are quite big. You are getting bigger. And you also have other people in your life. And there is this narrative that is almost suppressing the development of your talent, the development of what it is that lights you up. And it feels like there is a celebration of people being connected and of a similar level. So there's I think, political philosophies that maybe appear harmful for Leos right now, in terms of the fact that it is time for you to be seen. It is time for you to raise yourself up, and to follow your own path, and to be a little bit rebellious, and to be a bit of a pain, to be a bit of a diva. I don't necessarily like being around divas, but that's not to say it's not okay to shine and strut your stuff. Why shouldn't you? So there are all these really big stories, and I think Mercury retrograde in a Cazimi is absolutely exemplifying that. And this full moon is bringing out the tensions and maybe some of the fear of you actually just getting on with it and being yourself, which is, I think, what you desire to do. But there is a fear of doing it and how other people might respond to that. So big themes. The other theme that's playing off at the same time, Saturn is in the 8th house. Again, it's other people's stuff. It feels like you have responsibilities to other people that you haven't even agreed upon. It feels like you're having to be responsible for everyone's emotions all day long, and it's exhausting. And Jupiter here is saying you just want to be excited and having lovely connections with people and just enjoy people rather than worrying about people. So again, there's another theme about you and everyone else. If you could see this whole week, or in fact this period of time, as being as somehow finding the answer to how you can enjoy yourself with people a lot more, like a hell of a lot more, that would be like one of the key focus points. It's like, how can I almost not walk into social situations with an anticipation of fear or concern, or thinking, like, I think there's probably negative belief systems playing off where you're going, oh God, I wonder what's going to happen now. Like these like inner voices. Oh, now what? Because you're actually quite independent and quite up there and feeling quite buoyant, and other people are bringing you down. So yeah, there's a huge need to be able to find a new way to experience other people in such a way that it doesn't hamper who you are and your own enjoyment of being yourself. So real tough stuff, really tough stuff. Anyway, we do move beyond this, so that's good. So I do see that the 20th and 21st are a lot more quiet. The moon will come into a connection with Neptune, which will kind of take you off into a bit of a drifting kind of energy. It's quite a good time to be vigilant in case people try and put things on you, because the moon in a conjunction with Neptune in Pisces in this part of your chart is absolutely a place where people can almost talk to your unconscious mind without you being aware of it. You're highly influenced. So again, it's another good time to just take a bit of time out on your own. But then from the 22nd, things start to pick up again, and you start to feel quite adventurous and start to feel like, I do have the energy to get back out there. I do have a new plan. I think this is going to be okay. This is workable. And then as we're going into the 23rd, there's this really lovely aspect that's lasting from Friday the 23rd to Saturday 24th, where we've got the moon, Venus, Mercury and Mars all at 22 to 23 degrees, and also Chiron as well, 23 degrees. So the moon and Chiron in a conjunction is just showing you the vulnerability, but also how fun it is to kind of be released on something and out in the world. The 9th house is showing us our need for adventure, our need for something bigger, and maybe that's how this kind of situation, the stickiness has arisen with people. It's because you're seeking something much bigger, and the people in your life know that, they sense that about you, and it's unspoken. It's hard to, can you imagine what it's like for the people who know you would rather be doing something a bit bigger than maybe hanging out with them, so I think there is this feeling, this residual feeling from the people in your life that, maybe you're not good enough. maybe they're not good enough to be in your life. Does that make sense? So yeah, there is this feeling that there is something much bigger that you've been yearning for. And like I say, I think that's been playing out, but you don't need to let that stop you now. Okay. So we've got a lovely trine between the moon, Chiron, and Mercury retrograde. There is a new way to move beyond that. There's a semi-sextile as well. There's a quincunx, there's a sextile, another sextile, and a lovely trine. So, and also we've got a square here as well. So there's a square, two sextiles, semi-sextile, and a trine. This is and a quincunx. These are motivating and moving energies that allow you to take a step-by-step approach. So, Friday and Saturday would be a great time for you to really build on something that you've been wanting to move it up, to step it up a level, to like really look at the plan to make yourself feel actually like to catch back up to where you should have been. I think you've held yourself back a little bit in recent weeks and months. Now it's the time to play catch up. And I think this little rest of the 20th and 21st is going to give you all the information that you need to know to help you take those steps and to know how to plan those in. As we come to the end of this week on the 25th, the moon is coming into a lovely trine with Venus and is also coming into a conjunction with Uranus. So this might be when you have that desire to reconnect in with your loved ones and to do something fun and unusual with them. And actually maybe have the idea to just bring them along for the ride. If they are supporting, bring them along, let them share in the joy that you're experiencing, because there is nothing more there's nothing more endearing actually than seeing a Leo really being their element. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. If you want to unpack these ideas at deeper level with me in person, then just check out the links below and book an appointment. But anyway, lots of love to you. Have a great week ahead and catch up with you another time real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Virgo. So this is the forecast for the 19th of August until the 25th of August. In this short forecast, I'm going to be looking at what it means to be going through the waning gibbous moon phase after a really, really big and surprising full moon on Monday, the 19th of August. I'm also going to be talking about the energy of Mercury Cazimi, also taking place on the 19th of August at 26 degrees in the sign of Leo. I'm also going to be talking about the fact that there is the Jupiter-Saturn square, which is exact for the first time in 9 years. I have recorded a separate video about Jupiter and Saturn square. So if you haven't seen it, you might find that useful. But they are going to be in a square for 10 months. So a lot of big patterns coming up just on the very first day. And then what I'll be talking about is what happens next, what happens after this big day, and how do we start using the energy. And I think that really comes into play around Friday, Saturday, when we've got this lovely set of planets all at 22 to 23 degrees. So let's deeper dive into this right now. Now, my opening question for you, Virgo, is what are your energy levels like at the moment? How are you feeling in yourself? How are you feeling in your body? And how are you feeling in your mind? Now, the reason I'm asking is because it's like this time of year, right before the sun moves into your own sign. It tends to be a time of year when we're feeling really quite sleepy, when we need to kind of rest a lot, when we need to reflect a lot, when we're quite reserved. Now, this week, the big news for you is the fact that the sun is actually going into the sign of Virgo from the 22nd. So this in particular is a very, very big day for you as you start to come back into yourself. But what is happening in this sort of quiet time, in this sleepiness? Well, the first big thing is the full moon. And, the sun for this full moon is going to be in a really private, sleepy place. And the moon is going to be in this very active, physical place. The polarity between the sun and the moon is really highlighting all things to do with your energy systems and really bringing up the inconsistency within your energy systems. Where are you putting all your effort right now? And where does it need to be? What's also playing into this is the maybe the electromagnetics of the situation. Obviously, I need to just put it on the table. I'm not a medical astrologer, but Uranus is in a square to both the moon here and the sun. You know, Uranus is right up here, really wanting you to be free of all of these patterns and really trying to get you to have a breakthrough. And I think that breakthrough is happening from the position of where Mercury retrograde is. You see, on the day of this full moon, Mercury retrograde is going into a Cazimi position. And how this is like laid out right now, how this is looking in your chart, it's looking like this Cazimi is bringing up something that you hadn't yet seen as an option. It's bringing up solutions. It's bringing up information that has almost seemed to be a bit secretive, a bit hidden, almost like it's been in your blind sight, like you couldn't quite see what was going on. And then there's this moment of utter clarity. Now, with that moment of utter clarity, obviously Uranus is like in a square to Mercury retrograde and the Cazimi. You know, Uranus is absolutely there to bring in an extra level of enlightenment, an extra level of awakening. You know, Uranus for a long time, you know, from your perspective, has been trying to get you to cut free from the patterns and to cut free from anything that's too normal. You know, it's been trying to get you to visit and revisit any areas of weirdness, any areas of difference, any areas of independent thinking that you could connect into. You know, Uranus has been stirring you up a little bit to walk on the wild side somewhat. And so this full moon may well have some information that allows you to be a bit wilder. And in that wildness and letting go of some of the controls that you have, maybe you'll get your energy levels back into balance. It's almost like as you get a bit wilder and start to see the potentials and start to see the space and potential freedom, all of a sudden something is unlocking. So I do think this 19th of August is a day of unlocking for you. Now, it's even stronger because if you think about it, the Virgo energy is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is retrograde, really showing that there is a change coming in for you, you know, in the way that you're doing things. And it's also in the Cazimi in a retrograde position. So yeah, I think what is about to drop on the 19th is really giving you the recipe of what you need to let go of and what you need to hold on to. So, and that is also very much the message of a full moon. If you think about it, the full moon is the moon getting bigger, 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 bigger. And if you think of the moon type stuff, it's emotions, psyche, sensitivities, intuition. So you're getting bigger and bigger and bigger with your emotions, your intuition, what you just know as a reality for you. And then the moon is absolutely in its fullest, and then after that it releases it lets it go, it drops things, anything that's fake or false and not you, it drops, it lets it go, just let it go. And so this full moon is building up all the patterns, the self-sabotage, the patterns that you can't quite see, you know, those patterns that are in your blind spot. It's bringing them up and illuminating them so you cannot ignore them anymore, so that you see them loud and clear. You get that message from your unconscious mind, and then you can make a clear decision to let go of things. Now, you know, as we're coming into the waning phase that starts, the waning gibbous phase after the full moon, I think the thing that really activates it beautifully is acknowledging how far you've come. And acknowledging where you are on your journey and having some gratitude, you know, because you wouldn't have got there were it not for your desire to know more, your desire to evolve, your desire to awaken. You know, if you'd sat there asleep, really not doing much, none of this would have happened. And yet you've had this inquiring mind. You've had this desire to understand your life at a much deeper level. And that's what's happening right now. This full moon is showing you everything you need to feel much better in yourself. You know, I do think things are likely to get chaotic at home, you know, leading up to this full moon. You know, you're likely to get a bit tense, feel overworked, overwhelmed, not know how you're going to afford or do everything. But it's not really about whether you can afford things or whether you can get things done. It's the underlying feeling of the imbalance. You know, what self-sabotage patterns are you holding in place because you can't quite see where you have got unhealthy in your thinking. So as you unlock that, all of a sudden a new possibility comes forward. Like you might realize some of the jobs that you do at home actually either aren't worth doing, are outdated, could be given to somebody else, or just don't fit your family pattern right now. So yeah, there's lots going on. Now on this particular day as well, Saturn is in a square to Jupiter. So there's also other things playing off right now. Jupiter's position is here to raise you up and to get you to be more visible, to be seen, to be able to receive more recognition and more gratitude, to be noticed, to be appreciated. You are actually in this place right now to be more, feel more, connect more, radiate more. You are meant to be seen to a much greater level, and Jupiter here is rising you up so that the output of what you do can be appreciated. Now Saturn, and I do talk about this in the Jupiter Saturn square video, which is worth checking out, because this is an aspect that's going on for a good 10 months. But Saturn here is showing you that maybe some of the people that you've got around you aren't the best audience. There are people who don't appear to be lifting you up, who don't appear to be recognizing you. And so, yeah, there's an uncomfortable relationship there, and maybe that's another part of why your life is unbalanced. What is it that you can't see about the people in your life that would help you find yourself with a better audience around you? What is it that you're doing or contributing to the fact that people can't recognize and appreciate you? So there's lots of real sort of like deep stuff going on, and again, that belies of where, Mercury is going retrograde right now. It really speaks to that position, because this is stuff that's coming from the unconscious mind that is usually kept locked away, that you don't get access to, but right now you do have access. This is a big time to reprogram and reset yourself. So this is actually quite an exciting moment for you, believe it or not. So anyway, the 19th is big. And if I was in your shoes, and if you do get to listen to this before the 19th, before the day of the full moon, you might want to ask yourself, what is hidden from me that I need to know? How can I access everything I need to know to be able to release myself, free myself? How can I enjoy my life a lot more without secretly punishing myself? How am I secretly working against myself? All those kinds of questions, that will allow a deeper questing, a deeper knowledge to come forwards, I think would be very, very beneficial, so that, as you're hitting that full moon and the Mercury retrograde and the Mercury Cazimi, your unconscious mind is absolutely speaking to you, because your intuition is really highlighted, like in a major way. So that would help. Now, from the 19th, the moon then moves into intuitive Pisces. And, this is a time when you might want to spend a little bit of energy with people that you really care about, who you don't feel like they're putting you down, people that you can trust, maybe people who are sensitive, and appreciate your levels of sensitivity too. But it is quite still a quiet time. We are in the waning gibbous phase. We don't tend to feel like we want to do much usually during the waning gibbous phase, because it's a time of letting go. It's a time of acknowledging how busy you've been and kind of feeding that energy back into yourself. It's a bit like, and this might sound a bit gross, I don't know about your viewpoints or anything, but the full moon I always think is like being like in the height of pregnancy, and then you release all that energy, you release the baby, you release the potential that you've been creating. But then, there are many cultures around the world that then eat the placenta, that get the nourishment back. So what you've been growing, you then, rather than putting it out there into the world, you start to re-nourish yourself. So this phase, and I do see the 20th, 21st and 22nd as being part of this re-nourishing phase. On the 22nd, you're feeling a bit more confident, and you're starting to connect more dots. You're starting to see more things fall into your stream of consciousness and become aware of it. So I think that's beneficial. And then as we're coming into the 23rd and 24th, So that's Friday and Saturday. We've got this lovely lineup, and it starts when the moon creates a conjunction with Chiron. So the moon and Chiron can make us feel a bit vulnerable, especially when it's in the sign of Aries. From your perspective, that's a very sensitive part of the chart for you. You know, it really shows, I think, the vulnerability in what people think about you, and maybe how they treat you or the expectations they put on you. So that I think there's a lot to do with the values that other people hold over you, almost like a punishment. And you don't have to agree with them, by the way. And that's the first thing to see. You know, once you realize you have a choice is as to whether you take it seriously or not, that gives you a massive freedom. But anyway, the moon coming into this area, I think, is giving you the recognition that it's time to make a change about something. And then you've got Chiron at 23 degrees. You've got Mars at 23 degrees in the sign of Gemini, still in its conjunction with Jupiter. You've got Mercury retrograde at 23 degrees, and you've got Venus at, I think, 22 degrees in the sign of Virgo. Here we've got this amazing lineup of 22 to 23 degrees, you know, the personal planets, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, and the moon and Chiron. This is absolutely touching you at a personal level and giving you the ability to see your vulnerability, but to work on it really, really directly and really, really quickly. These four positions are creating, on the positive and flowing, they're creating a trine, a semi-sextile, and two sextiles, creating movement and the ability to piece things together and to take step by steps, you know, through, you know, on a particular path. And then there's a square and a quincunx, giving you enough grit and tension to be able to do something with it. So when I piece this week together, Virgo, I do really see that whatever's going on at the time of the full moon is giving you the information, it's giving you the knowledge, it's giving you the insight of what doesn't quite feel right. And then it's giving you a moment to reflect and to sit in that energy before, on the 23rd, 24th, starting to step forwards and moving in to do something with it. And of course, from the 22nd, literally just before you start to step forwards, the sun changes signs, comes into your sign, and it really feels like it's the start of a whole new phase for you. So I think this is quite a useful week. It starts with a massive kind of bang, because this full moon is really crackling with its tension and energy. It is absolutely full of vitality. But as you go through the rest of this week, I think it is going to get you into that balance point, so that you really are on solid footing. So I hope that's helpful to you. If you do want to deeper dive with me, then just check out the links below in the description. It's really easy to book a consultation, and I could go much, much deeper into your chart. But anyway, have a great week ahead and catch you next time. Bye for now. Hey Libra, so how are you doing in this week ahead? So this is a forecast from the 19th to 25th of August, where I'll be running through what it means to be going through a waning gibbous moon phase right now that follows the full moon. I'll be talking about the Mercury Cazimi that's happening on the day of the full moon, a little bit before the full moon. I'll also be talking about the Jupiter-Saturn square that comes into its exact first square of the 3 squares it's making in the next 10 months. I'll also be talking about your ruling planet. You know, I don't know if you've got your moon in Libra, your sun in Libra, or the ascendant in Libra, but the Libran energy is ruled by Venus. And so I do also want to pay a bit of attention to the ruling planet, Venus. She's in a T-square. She's in opposition to Saturn. You know, so what's going on with Venus too? So hopefully by paying some attention to all of these different things, you'll get something meaningful and helpful to manage the week ahead for you. So where should we start? Well, I guess the first thing that I want to say to you is how creative do you feel right now? Do you feel like you're hitting your creative potential? Do you feel like there's more to give? Do you feel like there's something brewing that you can't quite get out? how potent do you feel in your energies right now? How powerful in your creativity do you feel? Because the Libran energy is all about creativity. The Libran energy is, and Venus in particular, Venus is a creator. She's a lover of things. She is passionate about the things that light her up. So, your creativity is absolutely worth exploring. And this is, I think, where the crux is in terms of this full moon. The moon is absolutely highlighting how far you've come within your creative endeavors. Do you feel like you've done enough to bring forward your deepest dreams and your biggest passions? Do you really feel like, do you feel the accomplishment by birthing things that you're fascinated by, that light you up? Do you feel like your life is absolutely going in the right direction, that you're having enough of that feeling of, that's why I'm here, or are you living in the kind of life where you're 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and it's good, and yet there's something missing, So it's the something missing that I think is really coming up for you in this week ahead. How can you take your life up from the potential of, I'm not quite fully expressing myself, to I feel fully expressed, fully creative, I'm absolutely in my flow. So that's what we're really looking at. So this full moon is absolutely bringing that up into your unconscious mind and into your consciousness so that you can do something about it. Now, what are you going to do? Who knows? Now, before this full moon lands, we've got Mercury retrograde going into an exact Cazimi. So the full moon, like if we think about the full moon is when the sun is in opposition to the moon. And the moon is utterly at the most fullest point of the moon cycle. So she is full. She can't take any more information. It's like she has taken in as much as she needs. And then after the fullness, she releases. She lets go of everything. She says, okay, enough. I can't do any more. This was my full effort, and now I've got to release. I've got to shed this. I've got to let it go. Now, when that's happening, the sun is kind of really pulled, like the energy between your heart and your mind, or your body and your mind. It feels like you're fragmented at some level. And so one of the fragments, one of the fragments coming up at this full moon is the desire to do more, the desire to be creative, the desire to absolutely fully express yourself and to own your expressions. And yet the other fragment is how you can do that with other people, how you can be part of something globally. So it's less about your unique voice and more about a collective voice where you're one of the many, where you're part of the collective, where you are connected to people. And of course, neither position is the one that is right for you. There is no one right answer. But at the time of the full moon, lots of conflicting things are likely to come up. So for instance, you might absolutely love creating things with other people. You might actually love being part of a chorus rather than being the only voice. You might love the fact that there is a feeling of brotherhood and sisterhood within the collective. Whereas when you're working on your own to find your voice and your particular vibration, and to let whatever it is that you want to release out there, you're on your own. You don't have that support so much. So I think all different flavors and versions of this are playing out right now. Now, the particular Mercury retrograde is also coming out of Virgo, which is quite rational, and it's now fully in the sign of Leo, which is very much about exploring your personality, very much about exploring how you can still find yourself within a crowd, still have your voice amongst the chorus. It's asking you to rethink your beliefs about yourself and how important you are to proceedings. How is it that you can honor being you whilst also honor the group and not take away from the group? So I guess another way of working this is, how can I shine and allow others to shine too? Or how can I shine without diminishing the shine of other people? there's a lot going on here, isn't there? And I do see that a lot of this is playing into the politics of right now as well, because there are lots of themes to do with that playing out, I do notice. Now, also, we need to take into account where Uranus is, and Uranus is in a really interesting place. You know, for the last 6 years or so, Uranus has been really allowing you to be shocked and surprised at other people's value systems and how other people's value systems and resources impact your life. So I guess one way of saying it is other people's baggage and how catastrophic it can be in your life. And also how helpful and healing and disruptive it can be in your life, you know, because sometimes, you know, other people's baggage is the perfect pattern interrupt for us to notice something. You know, sometimes we need things really pointed out to us in the kind of way that Uranus in this part of the chart really does show us. It's like this alarm flashing, going, you know, it's like pointing it out. You can't possibly ignore it. So Uranus here is also saying, don't forget to include other people's baggage, you know, and the part that other people's expectations and beliefs have on this whole situation. So, you know, to me, it also says, you know, that for you to express yourself fully and to be fully creative and to really be birthing all the ideas and creativity that you've got and all the romance, all the love, all the connection, you know, in your desire to do it on your own or to explore things and have more mastery and power over your own creations, you might also ignore the input that other people have given you to help develop your skills, to help you in a way, to give you a little step up. So it is complex. There is no real answer. You know, do any of us ever create anything on our own? Or, you know, how much of your success is because of other people? These are real sort of like deep things going on. Now, obviously, on the same day, we've got Jupiter up here and Saturn down here in their tight square, and they're going to be coming back and reforming this square another couple of times. But, you know, Jupiter's also saying it's time to expand and have an adventure and to maybe go deeper into your spiritual philosophies, go deeper into the mysteries of the universe, to sort of like venture out there. And yet at the same time, Saturn is saying, but no matter how far you venture, you must keep up with your payments. You must keep up with your house. You must keep your health and your routines. You must keep everything working. So there's also other tensions, you know, so it's not just about how creative and how you could cut loose and deeper dive into yourself and go on an adventure. You know, Saturn and the other people in your life are kind of weighing in on this and saying, you can't quite cut free. You know, there is a social contract between us. So I guess this is the crux of it. I think there is a social contract that is really playing into your life at the moment. And, you know, the tensions around the 19th are getting you to examine your social contract. Which parts of it do you still agree with and which do you want to rewrite? And this is interesting because these two T-squares, when I was looking at the patterns, and I spoke a lot more about this at the beginning of the video, I noticed this overlap point. This is like if I was to draw a line down the middle between these two patterns, we would have a symmetrical pattern. It's almost like a bat or a kind of spiky butterfly. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but this symmetrical pattern, this is like a crossing point. I see this as a bit of a focal point that could be a bit of a nexus of information. And so I looked at the Sabian sign for 7 degrees in the sign of Gemini, which rounds up to 8. And what it's talking about is demanding better rights and conditions for yourself, taking action, and knowing also when to say no. It's very much about, in fact, I'll read this out because this feels really pertinent to you now. You know, this symbol shows the need or desire to be able to call a halt or go on strike when one feels hard done by or taken advantage of. You might need to stand up for your rights or perhaps those of other people. You probably have some support from compatriots, but you can become separated from the general situation and have difficulty finding creative solutions that satisfy everyone. That is exactly what I'm talking about here. You know, how is it that, how do you get this balance right between your expression and other people? The two bits of advice that I saw there on that Sabian symbol was know when to say no, like know and discern what is for you and what lights you up and what doesn't. If it doesn't light you up, it's probably a good reason not to do it. And the other one is to, I've forgotten it already. To demand better rights and conditions. So, you know, one is saying no and one is saying yes, but only if this, and this works. So it's really knowing what is your vibration, what you're prepared to take and what you're not, and also letting go of what you're holding on to for other people. Now, you know, this is obviously at the time of the full moon, and right before the full moon we've got this Mercury Cazimi really helping us to get the wisdom, the inner wisdom, the intuitive wisdom to rewrite a new story for ourselves or to create new beliefs for ourselves. So you might choose, if you've got a bit of time before the full moon and the Cazimi, you might ask yourself, how can I have a better discernment about what lights me up? How can I naturally tune into what lights me up so that I never have to doubt what lights me up? How can I hone in on the right focus? How can I know when I've done too much? What physical symptoms or what mental thoughts might I have when I've done too much? How can I signal to myself that it's time to talk to people and put things back to them? You know, so ask yourself as many open questions as you can to really prepare the mind so that on the 19th, these answers are just coming in. You might have a question about your creativity, like what's the best creative thing that I could do right now to satisfy my urges, and see what comes up. You might have a few different projects and you're not quite sure about which one to focus on first. So ask as many questions as you can and then let them linger. You know, allow the wisdom to come to you, because, you know, the times of the full moon are absolutely deeply, deeply intuitive. Now, after this full moon happens, you know, we've got this very intuitive time in Pisces over the 20th and 21st. These are days when I wouldn't do too much other than, you know, what you are required to do, or, you know, how you've organized your life. Just meet your responsibilities. You may well feel a little bit calmer, a little bit more reserved as the moon makes a connection with Saturn. Then as the moon comes into the sign of Aries, things are starting to pick up. And on the 23rd and the 24th, which is Friday and Saturday, things start moving again. Now, if you know your chart, I absolutely recommend that you have a think about do you have any planets or angles or the nodes at, say, 19 degrees to 24 degrees in the sign of Aries, Gemini, Leo, or Virgo, or in fact in any sign. I mean, these are the moving energies, but any sign at 22 will be reacting to one of these or all of them. Because on the 23rd, the moon comes into a conjunction with Chiron, really showing you what you might want to change and work on in terms of relationships and you know, things that maybe don't feel quite right between you and your partners. And at the same time that this is happening, we've got Jupiter in a conjunction, Mars in a conjunction with Jupiter, connecting with Mercury retrograde, connecting with Venus in a square. And obviously the moon is also connected. So all of these are connected. So we've got a quincunx, we've got a square, we've got a trine, and we've got two sextiles and a semi-sextile. Now the semi-sextile, the sextiles and the trine are really helping things to move forwards. It's helping you to take little steps. It's really moving energy, and it's generating a feeling of energy, desire, and like a slight itchy feet. You know, it's getting you wanting to move. And then the quincunx is showing that there's something to work out, and the square is showing a bit of frustration. Now, that's just enough kind of irritation to get something moving. So I think whatever you've been working out at the start of this month, at the start of this week, by the 23rd, 24th, you've already got a way forwards. It already feels like something new has come in and it's time to get busy again. So yeah, when I'm looking at this week ahead for you, Libra, I think, wow, Monday is insanely busy and dynamic and lots coming up. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a bit more quiet. Friday, Saturday, it starts to pick up again. And then on Sunday, we've got, as the moon goes into the sign of Taurus, we've got this lovely moon coming into a trine with Venus. We've also got the moon coming into a conjunction with Uranus. That is absolutely there to reconnect you and to get things moving again. Last thing, and in quite an exciting way, last thing I want to share with you then is Venus. I mean, she's your ruling planet and she's in this square to, in opposition to Saturn, which she's been in for a good week now. That, does make us feel a little bit not very confident. We lose a bit of confidence, we lose a bit of sparkle usually at that time, and maybe feel a little bit cold, like, we can't quite connect into our warmth. And then she is, and she has been in this square to, sorry, I said Venus was going to be in a square to Uranus. She's going to be in a trine to Uranus. So we've got this square to Mars and Jupiter, which is giving her a sense of frustration, that the balance in her relationships isn't quite right. But towards the end of the week with this trine with Uranus, we've got this really exciting energy. It really feels like there's something exciting and new and fresh on the horizon, maybe new people coming into our life, maybe a new opportunity, but all of a sudden there's this sense of newness and freshness. So whatever discontent and loneliness you might be tapping into over the last couple of weeks, as she's been in opposition to Saturn, and the frustrations to Jupiter and Mars, I actually think that by the end of this week, around the 25th, you start to get excited again and really start to feel really start to feel like people want to hang out with you. So there you go, Libra. I hope that's helpful. If you did want to deeper dive with me, having a good look at your chart and sort of examining it from lots of different aspects, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. Just click on the link that feels right to you and book in for a consultation. But anyway, have a great week and catch up with you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. Now, which Scorpio am I talking to? Am I talking to you Scorpio Moon, Scorpio Sun, or Scorpio Ascendant? You know what? I'm talking to the whole of the Scorpio energy. And as such, I want to pay in this reading some attention to your rulers that are Mars and Pluto. Now, not all astrologers agree with the non-classical rulers, but I like to, I'm a Scorpio Ascendant, so I consider myself ruled by Pluto and Mars. So in this reading, what I'm going to look at for this really quite active and phenomenally dynamic week ahead from the 19th to 25th of August is I'm going to also look at it from the perspective of what's going on with Mars. Mars is in a continuing conjunction with Jupiter, and also Pluto. Pluto hasn't had much of a look in so far. When I've been doing the other readings, he's not really forming into any of the big patterns. But yeah, what is Pluto doing as well? So I'm going to be looking at first of all the full moon that's taking place on the 19th. It's also got two T squares. So we've got the full moon aspect. The moon is in Aquarius and the sun is in the sign of Leo. There's also a Mercury Cazimi taking place a couple of hours before the full moon. Again, this is at 26 degrees in the sign of Leo. Now, Mercury, the sun and the moon are all in an exact square with Uranus on that day. Now, from your Scorpionic perspective, Uranus has loads to do with your safety and security. Traditionally, the fourth house of Scorpio is ruled by Aquarius, which has a lot to do with both Uranus and Saturn. They're the two rulers of Aquarius. Now, it just so happens that on the 19th of August, the two T-squares that are going on the days of the full moon, well, one of the T's, you've got Uranus here, and then Saturn is involved in this other T-square taking place on the same day. So there's a lot to do with your security and your home, and your feelings of comfort, I would say, that are really being stirred up with this particular full moon. Now, there's something else I want to mention with this full moon as well, and that is that, you know, in terms of the Scorpio energy, this full moon is activating the angular houses. You know, it's really activating the idea of the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th, which is about, again, your home and your security. Like, how stable are you? Are your foundations really watertight? And then the people in your life, and then your career and your outward expression. So, you know, I see this as a really difficult day to balance and manage everybody's desires that are pulling you in different ways. How are you going to make it work? So there's a lot going on here. This is definitely one of these full moons that is showing up as a changing month ahead for you. Really, really strong. And like I said, the Mercury Cazimi is also playing into this pattern. You know, Mercury going through the sign of Leo in a retrograde is really showing that, you know, the decisions that you've made recently about your career are really still changing and turning and twisting. You know, the earlier decisions you made in this year and things that you committed to maybe need to be taken a step back from, or need a tweak. There's something not quite right. So I do see that this Mercury retrograde is absolutely about getting things back in balance so that everything is manageable, but it's still on track for your outward expression, your outward career, your, you know, the responsibilities that you're prepared to carry and the ones that you're not. So there's a lot going on here. Towards the end of the week, you know, once I've covered the full moon and also the phase of the moon, we're in the waning gibbous phase, by the way, and I'll talk about that. But on Friday and Saturday of next week, the 23rd to the 24th, there's a really lovely set of placements where we've got Mercury, Venus, and Mars either between 22 or 23 degrees in their respective signs. We've also got Chiron at 23 degrees in the sign of Aries. And on the 23rd, the moon is in a conjunction with it. So all of these planets at 22 or 23 degrees are all connected to each other in a whole variety of different aspects. So we've got a quincunx or inconjunct, which is mildly stressful. You know, it's creating a little bit of tension and dynamics to get you to explore two different ideas that you're trying to hold that are kind of almost incompatible. Then there's a square between Mars and Jupiter, because they're in a conjunction, to Venus, which is creating a bit of tension to make things move, and to really explore how to get your flow back. It doesn't feel like you're in a good flow state. But then we've got a semi-sextile between Venus and Mercury retrograde, really helping you to connect the heart and your thoughts to a whole new picture for yourself. Then we've also got Mercury in a trine to Chiron and the moon. We're able to talk about what's going on for us and how we're experiencing things. And we've also got two sets of sextiles. So Mars to Mercury and to the moon and Chiron, again, really helping us to take action on our hurts and our sensitivities. And then Mars and Mercury retrograde talking together. So I see all these aspects as giving you the step-by-step. It's almost like you get the right information in your head. You're able to hear yourself speak. You now know what the next step is, and you're able to take it. You know, the 23rd to the 24th is a time of busyness. It's a time when you're able to really get things done. So yeah, how do we fit it all together? So let's start at the beginning. So the full moon, then, if we think of a full moon is when the moon has got really, really big. And if you think of, like, what does the moon get big with? Big with emotions, big with tiredness, big with responsibilities. We get big with our sensuous and sexual energies are really strong at this time. Our intuition is massive at this time. And we often hold a lot of expectations. And we might have taken a potential, a little seed, and grown it until you know, actually it's not our responsibility anymore. We actually hand that life out to itself. We say, okay, I've grown you as much as I can, whether it's a child, a book, whatever, you know, and then we kind of pass our responsibility on to the thing that we've created. You know, it needs to look after itself. You know, a baby gets born, a book gets released, a project gets legs, you know, everything is always growing or like shrinking. You know, we're always moving. There's always some kind of potential of a growth and then a shrink. And so we've grown things as far as they can in this current cycle, and it's time to recognize it's finished and let it go, and know that it's time to shift. Now, it just so happens that you've grown things at home. You've grown as much as you can to get stable. You've grown as much as you can to develop your home, develop your foundations, develop maybe all levels of security. So not just your home, but maybe your finances, maybe your job. I don't know how you've got your life set up, but suffice to say, any tensions around what is left undone, what you maybe didn't achieve well enough, they all come to the fullness of it. And it's a time of release, possibly a time of frustration, given that your partners are also involved, given this T square coming over here, and the fact that they seem to be shirking things. It feels like all of the tension is on your shoulders. And yet at the same time, you just want to be out there. You want to be pushing your own agenda. You don't want to be necessarily working on the home level when you don't feel like other people are participating. And yet you're also trying to work on the career level. So it feels like there's some very big, like important life altering things going on that you can't ignore. You know, if this full moon was in a different house, you know, in a different part of your chart, it wouldn't necessarily have the same aspect or impact, but this is quite big. This is one of these full moons that is likely to really change your pattern. It's going to give you what you need to see in a way that is easy to see and not ignore it. So you may well find there's a bit of conflict that comes up with your partners and the people that you're living with, or the people that you're really close to. So you may well find that you're out of sync with them. You know, in your heart, you're maybe wanting a lot more security, and they're wanting a lot more excitement and danger, and they're not really looking for the same level of responsibility that you are. So I can see the frustrations that are taking place with that. We've also got this really tough T square as well, where, you know, we've been wanting to do things with people and connect with people. You know, Venus here is really wanting to be of help, wanting to put our energies into something that feels purposeful. We want to stay connected. And yet at the same time, it just feels like, oh God, if I want to do something, I have to do it on my own, because I can't really trust people to get involved. It feels like people are shirking responsibilities, or maybe shirking patterns. So again, that's playing out in a different way. And you might also realize, you know, with Jupiter and Jupiter's position, especially with Mars as well, you might also realize that there's a sense of guilt that's been playing into this, maybe not doing enough. And that pattern is really blown out of proportion. So you get to see that, yeah, you've had a bit of a blind spot that has really set people up to fall into this pattern with you. So yeah, isn't that interesting? So you might choose ahead of this full moon to ask yourself questions such as, I'm just going to pause it to have a bit of water, one sec. You might choose to ask yourself, how have I found myself in positions where I've created a sacrifice? How am I recreating sacrifice? How am I recreating an inequality between myself and others? How am I taking the burden on and not being open to receiving help? How am I stopping help from coming to me? What number of self-sabotage methods do I have that are playing out to keep me from succeeding? How am I allowing my disappointment in others to stop me from taking action and doing what I want to do? So there's all these different things. And I really see that our relationships with other people, yes, it might appear that people have let us down in many respects. and yet at the same time, they've been playing into a pattern to stop you from succeeding, almost as if you're using other people as an excuse as to why you haven't taken the next step. So I really see that on the 19th, this is going to blow up. You know, this is going to get really big. And I'm sure I might not have expressed it fully. You'll be able to like do the little tweaks as to how that really slots into your actual picture. But, you know, there's a lot to do with the relationship between you and others, and your security and the success of reaching the security that you are looking for. So if this is already something that's playing out for you, you might also choose to manage it. You might also choose or ask yourself, how can I manage this so that it doesn't disrupt my family life? How can I manage my emotions so that I can see the information and not lose my rag? So the more you are asking life or your higher self or the universe or God, the more your guides, you know, whoever you believe in the most, or whoever you see as your source of information, the more you're asking these questions and then just like sort of leaving them hanging there, the more your natural intuition and your unconscious mind in life is going to send you these signs, or these little bits of knowledge will just drop in at the right time in the right way. And of course, Mercury retrograde going into the Cazimi just before the full moon is just one of those opportunities where we may just have this dynamic drop of insight and really delight ourselves. So there you go. It's quite a big theme. And this theme is obviously continuing throughout the week. What is started at the start continues, and then we start to take action about it at the end of the week. Now, the 20th and 21st, you know, the moon's in Pisces, is coming into a creative place. It's a time to recognize what, you know, how you want to shift, what you've remembered about your journey that you'd kind of forgotten. And I don't see it as a time to be particularly overtly social. I see it as a time to reflect. You know, we are in the waning gibbous moon phase, you know, where we're letting go of things. Releasing is I think a really important word. You know, we're clearing out, we are creating space for something new, but we need to create that space. We have to let go of something. So it's a big reflection. I think also it's worth acknowledging how far you've come, and also recognizing all the good stuff that's happened. So some gratitude won't go amiss. So after these two particularly sort of like quietish reflective days, we're starting to come back into the Aries energy as the moon on the 22nd on Thursday is moving into Aries. You know, you're starting to get a bit more forceful with yourself, starting to want to do things and get things tidied up and ordered, etc. And then as we come into the 23rd to the 24th, this is when things start to really move. So my next question to you is, do you have anything in your birth chart between, say, 19 degrees to 24, 25 degrees in the sign of Aries, Gemini, Leo, or Virgo? You know, because all four of these signs has a personal planet or something to do with our sensitivities, that's Chiron here, that are at 22 or 23 degrees. What this means is all of these are working together to create a really dynamic situation. And if you've got a planet at, say, 22 degrees in the sign of Sagittarius, it's going to be whizzing off these guys. If you've got it in Capricorn, it's going to be definitely working here. It's going to be in a square to Aries. You know, wherever your 22, 23 degree energy is going to be impacting all of these dynamic personal planets. You know, so we're talking about Venus, Mars, and Mercury, and the moon and Chiron. I see this as a chance to be able to put right and to start moving forwards on whatever it is that you've discovered on the 19th. So a really, really powerful day. After this, you know, on Sunday, the 25th, things are getting a little bit more exciting. So, you know, by this time, the moon is already in the sign of Taurus. And, you know, hopefully during the weekend, you're able to connect with people that you love and enjoy. During this time, the moon is going to go into a trine with Venus, which again is helping us feel reconnected, which I think is really important. And then finally, we're going to the moon is going to come into a conjunction with Uranus, which is quite unconventional. It's quite an erratic, spontaneous feeling. But again, Uranus and Venus in their trine is really nice. You know, it feels like refreshing and exciting to be with people. So, you know, I see the start of this week as being a bit of a bumpy ride, like we're coming into a bit of a difficult landing. And then by the end of the week, we're actually feeling quite excited. You know, whatever this week has meant to you, it is absolutely to awaken you to something else. It is giving you a bit of a shake and a bit of a shove. Last couple of things then I want to share is just about your ruling planets. You know, Pluto is also really trying to destabilize your level of security and your ideas of what it is you need to feel secure. You know, it's time for you to release some of those ideas. You know, they might be based on the history of your family, you know, like just because your parents, your grandparents, your aunties, uncles, your culture has said that you can only experience security when you've got your house, your car, your job, your retirement fund, security savings, and all this kind of stuff. You know, if they are the metrics that you have in place for your security, they may well work. You may feel assured by those. But Pluto coming into this is either indicating that we're coming into, or you're coming into a time where you realize that actually security is something completely different, or that you need to refocus what does feel secure. You might also find that, you know, as Pluto is coming through this part of your chart, that it's time to let go of the control that you're trying to put into your home and your security, because it's actually working against you. Pluto often shows you where you're working against you. So, you know, this is underpinning all of this, really. It's kind of agreeing with the current placement of the planets. And Mars, you know, Mars is coming out of a conjunction with Jupiter. So you are still very much high energy, lots of ideas flowing, lots and lots of ideas. So make the most of this dynamic full moon, make it work for you. Let yourself go into this really dynamic curiosity about what isn't working and how you can open yourself up to a change, and then the rest of the week will take care of itself. So there you go, Scorpio. I hope that's helpful. If you want a much deeper dive into your own actual real chart, then give me a shout. All of my links are below, so simply just book yourself into a consultation and invite me to work with you. Anyway, lots of love. Catch you next week. Bye for now. So this is the forecast for the week of the 19th to 25th of August for this sign of Sagittarius. Now, am I talking to your moon sign, your sun sign, or your ascendant? Do you know what? I'm going to be really flippant here and say, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm talking to Sagittarius, the energy of Sagittarius, the spirit of Sagittarius, and also paying a bit of attention to your ruler. You know, the ruler of your moon, your sun, or your ascendant, which is Jupiter. You know, what role is Jupiter playing in this week ahead? You know, Jupiter can be found here at the moment in a separating aspect to Mars, but Jupiter is involved in a couple of big things this week. So I want to talk about that. This is a big week. I did preface this week would be like this in my last week's forecast, as you might have realized. You know, we are starting this week with a full moon followed by a waning gibbous phase. You know, so the full moon is when things have got absolutely to fever pitch. They've got as big as they can get. And you might want to ask yourself, well, what have I been working on? You know, what big things have been coming up? Because whatever it is, it's come to its fullness. And it's time to release and let go and shed and retract and reflect. You know, so we are coming into a quieter phase. But this first day, the full moon, is big. Now, why is it big? Well, it's big because it's got two T-squares, exact T-squares. And it's also got Mercury Cazimi, you know, in terms of full moons and their recipes. That's pretty big. So I'm going to start with that. After that, I'm going to pay some attention to the moon phase that you're in and where the moon is going throughout this chart. And also talk about something coming up on Thursday and Friday this week. Sorry, Friday and Saturday, the 23rd and the 24th, because there's a really lovely gentleness and purposefulness of energy And so I'm going to ask you right off the bat, you know, what have you got in your chart at 22 to 23 degrees? Because anything that you've got at 22 or 23 degrees is going to be interacting, fizzing, alchemizing with the moon, Chiron, Mercury, Venus, and Mars on the 23rd, and Chiron, Mercury, Venus, Mars on the 24th. So there's some alchemy going on. Yeah, and everything that started on the 19th, on the day of the full moon and the Mercury Cazimi, I think we're taking action on come Friday and Saturday of next week. So this is a week that has a purpose. It has a definite flow. And we are going to be experiencing an uplift right at the end of the week as well. So let's dive in a bit deeper. So the full moon then, things have grown big. And this full moon is in the sign of Aquarius. Now, the Aquarian energy from the Sagittarian perspective is all about information and locality and the movement of information and the sharing. And, you know, the movement of information to me is about teaching. It's about communities. You know, it has a lot of life there. It's also about context. You know, what context have you lived your life in? What context and information have you held about your life so far? And how are you sharing that? How are you disseminating that? How are you teaching that? How are you engaging in conversations with people in your locality right now? You know, do you feel connected to people through your mind? You know, because these are all big themes. Now, the sun right now, because at the time of the full moon, the sun and the moon are in complete opposition. They are, it's almost like a separation of heart and mind, or body and soul, or how you're shining and how you're receptive. So how you're thriving and thrusting versus how you're receiving and how you're intuiting. So there are two very distinct styles going on. And so the style of the sun is more akin right now to how you can cut loose, how you can dream something a bit bigger and not be so factual or so rational. You know, the context that you're really struggling with right now is the difference between the local narrative, tighter mindset versus the more spiritual, universal, adventurous, open to possibility mindset. And to me, it feels like your life and one of the things that's kicking off in this week ahead is absolutely premised on this separation. You know, and maybe this dissonance between the imagined and the real, or the rational and the intuitive, or the local and the far away, it's really showing you that you've either moved too big and loose and free, or you've moved too narrow, tight, focused, laser-like. And it's like, how do I get that balance right? Now, what's also playing into this is the need to actually keep up and be able to live your life and fulfill everything. And so, you know, from the position of this full moon, to me, it means that, you know, there is a lot more energy in trying to maintain your life right now, how to manage your life, how to make it work for you, how to fit in with your local community. And yet the idea of feeling a bit more global, feeling a bit bigger and more spiritual is almost secondary to it. And actually, this full moon is asking you to find a way to make both of these opposing views possible. How can you maintain both of these curiosities and vibrations together? How can you have a laser-like focus and also be open to possibility? How can you be drawing down whilst also expanding? And the interesting thing is that's also very much like the current phenomenon between Saturn and Jupiter right now, which on the 19th go into their exact first square of this particular Jupiter and Saturn square. And if you want to know more about that, there is a video that I've already recorded about it. Yeah, so to me, it feels like, are you downsizing or upgrading, supersizing? And that seems to be playing out in your life in a myriad of ways, at the same time that you're also trying to make your life work and are possibly a bit afraid of letting it go crazy, because that's one of the potentials, is that you could say, that's it, I give up, and you kind of like throw everything in the air and walk away. And I don't think that's the solution either, though the temptation is very real. So a lot to work on, as lives go and full moons go. I've seen worse placements for full moons, and I think you went through a tough full moon last month, and this one has just got a little bit easier. Whatever you were resolving last month, you're now refining in this particular full moon. So you're on the easier side of it, I would say now. Now, on the same day, we're also looking at how our responsibilities for each other and the desire to have these warm and conscious and energetic relationships are also working when you're being austere at home. So there's another mention of trying to keep a control at home and a fear of letting the control go. So again, you might want to kind of lighten up a bit. You might choose to ask yourself, how can I lighten up a bit so that whatever is going on, I can be at peace with, and however things go, I know that I've got it within myself to put it right. If anything, I think this is an issue of faith. As I'm looking at this chart, I'm just thinking, you don't have enough faith in yourself that you can manage or handle any situation. Maybe, yes, your life is big and you've got a lot of different factors to manage and make work for you, but you've always had the faith to know that you can get it done. And what I'm seeing here is a bit of exhaustion, that you're thinking, I don't know how to go the next step. How do I continue? This feels exhausting. I don't think I can do it, but I'm here to let you know you can. You just can't see it yet. So maybe this is the thing that you might want to focus on. So if you're listening to this before the full moon, what I would absolutely say is ask yourself these big searching questions and let them hang in the air so that life fills in the gaps, or the higher self or God or whoever it is that you commune with fills in the gaps or sends you signs. So you might choose to ask yourself ahead of time, how do I reconnect my faith in myself? How do I reconstitute my self-confidence? How do I grow my self-confidence? How can I be sure that I can always do it? What do I need to know that I don't yet know that will help me feel secure and safe to live a life that's quite exciting and lifts me up? So any of those questions that allows you to feel that there's a greater possibility and that you've got the capability to do it. And then life will start giving you all the answers. So I think that'd be quite helpful. Now, something else that's going on is Venus, right at the top here in opposition to Saturn in the fourth. I think right now you're allowing your work and your career, your profession, or just the love of celebration and being recognized. I think it's taking you out of the vibration of your home and where you're managing things, so that when you do come back into the home, you're having to kind of arrive back and almost be a disciplinarian, get your house back in order. And you don't need to do that, but you almost feel like you've been away. So when you come back in, you just want to get down. But again, you need to give yourself a bit of a break. Just enjoy being at the top of your game right now. Enjoy being who you are and being recognized for what you do. The house will come back together in its own time. It will all sort itself out. You've been building security in different ways for many years. Your life isn't going to fail you right now. It's just not going to. You need to have the faith that you can make this work. So yeah, lots going on. Something else to bear in mind as well, Uranus has been coming through this part of your house, your chart about how you run your life and the kinds of habits that you might have that might help you or might hinder you. And in that, I think your energy levels have been quite unusual. You've had growth spurts and lots of high energy, followed by periods of doubting yourself and not feeling like you have the energy. All the time that you see those downsides as you not having the energy or you not having the capability, you've actually been writing your own script for not being able to cope. But maybe those downtimes aren't because you don't have the energy, but because actually in life, everything has an up and everything has a down. Maybe it's got nothing to do with your energy. Maybe it's got nothing to do with what you're capable of. So again, if you can use this full moon and Mercury retrograde, which is going in a Cazimi, to have this brainwave of seeing things differently, all of a sudden your life's about to, reconfigure and get a lot more healthy, a lot more stable, a lot more positive. And Jupiter, he's in a conjunction with Mars. Right now your confidence is growing. You are meant to be growing in your confidence. You are meant to be lighting up and feeling a bit more expanded and purposeful. So I think it's your belief systems and your lack of belief in yourself that has sent you on a slightly wrong path or a twisted path. So the 20th and 21st then, I think is quite a private time where you probably just want to sit with the energies and attend to a few things that need attending to with a peaceful mind and not too many distractions. And then on the 22nd, it feels like you're starting to get a bit more active, a bit more creative. So I do think, Tuesday, Wednesday, you're attending to things. And then Thursday, the sun goes into the sign of Virgo. It's time to get cracking. The moon goes into the sign of Aries. It's definitely time to get cracking. And then the 23rd, the moon connects into Chiron. And then we have this highly motivating, highly charged, and very, very useful energy at 22, 23 degrees of these particular signs. So it's allowing you to make changes based on what you know, changes based on what you're feeling and how you want to connect, and also really allowing your energy to come out and for you to take action. So I think the 23rd, 24th are going to be really, really, really busy days where you're getting moving on stuff, in particular stuff to do with your partners and having fun. So much so that it gives you a whole new perspective in how you see life. Now, the last part of this day, or this week, is on the 25th, which is Sunday. And by that point, the moon is in the sign of Taurus, and it makes this lovely, lovely trine to Venus and your midheaven. And then it comes into a conjunction. Take Sunday off. Use Sunday to have an adventure with your loved ones. Use Sunday to be a spontaneous day with people you connect with and be in the flow. I just think this is the balm to a particularly intense week. And I think as you have some spontaneous love-based time, you'll realize you do have faith in yourself. Look at what you've brought in. Look at who you're sharing it with. You can totally do this. So there you go, Sagittarius. I hope that was helpful. If I can be of any help, if you want me to have a look at your actual real chart and unpack that for you, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. So just book an appointment with me. Anyway, catch you next time. And let's have a good one. Bye for now. Hey Capricorn, so we've got the 19th to 25th of August forecast to deal with here. And it starts off with quite a big and choppy big full moon on the 19th of Aquarius. That's how we're seeing the start of this week. We've also got Mercury retrograde. We've also got Mercury Cazimi. We've also got the Jupiter and Saturn square that's exact on the 19th. We've also got two particular very exact T-squares happening on the 19th of August. Now, you could be forgiven for thinking it's all about the 19th and not the rest of the week. And I'm here to share with you, actually, that's not true. But I do recognize that this new week, when it starts with a massive energy, with a lot of things going on. And then everything that you're discovering about yourself at the time of this full moon is playing out for the rest of the week. So what I'm going to do is talk about the 19th and a potential release spot and what that might represent. I'm looking at this point here, which is the moment of how these T-squares are absolutely symmetrical. I'm seeing this as a release spot, and I've got the Sabian symbol to look at. I will also be talking about the flow of the moon. We're in a waning gibbous phase after this full moon, and the moon's going to go from Aquarius right the way through to Taurus. And I also want to pull in a little bit of attention to what's going on Friday and Saturday of this particular week, because we've got this really lovely set of degrees. So we've got the moon meeting up with Chiron at 23 degrees in the sign of Aries. We've got Mercury retrograde, which I think by then is 22, 23 degrees in the sign of Leo. We've got Venus at 22 degrees in the sign of Virgo, and Mars at 23 degrees in the sign of Gemini. Now, if you've got, that's my first question to you actually for this week, is what do you have in your birth chart that's at 22 or 23 degrees? Or maybe say from 20 degrees to 24 degrees, you know, what do you have around those degrees? Because anything you have at those degrees is going to be triggered, energized, activated, resonated. There's going to be some kind of energetic happening around this time. So, you know, it's interesting and unusual to have the personal planets. So, you know, we've got Venus, we've got Mercury retrograde, we've got Mars, the moon. Okay, the moon does move off after the 23rd, but also Chiron. So, you know, we've got very personal planets that can be translated, you know, in a really up close and personal way. You know, these aspects that these planets are making are translatable. We can understand them. We can, to me, I just think whatever is happening on the day of the full moon on the 19th is working its way out. So by Friday and Saturday of next week, we're taking action on our assumptions and what we've learned. So I see this as a really, really dynamic week. I will also be paying a little bit of attention to the ruler of Capricorn, which is, of course, Saturn. Saturn is actually participating in this full moon double T square setup. You know, Saturn is in opposition to Venus and in the exact square on the day of the full moon. So Saturn is definitely going to be mentioned for sure. So let's deeper dive into this right now. So where I'm really fascinated about for you in this week ahead, Capricorn, is how you are feeling in terms of your values, your resources, and also how much other people are costing you. You know, does it feel like you're the one that's providing everything at the moment? Does it feel like you're the one that's bearing the brunt of the energy, bearing the brunt of the money? Is it your purse or wallet that is always being taken from? To me, there looks like there's a sort of inequality or inequity to do with money and resources, and also the values and attention between you and the people that you're related to. And by related to, that could be your partner, you know, that you're living with, or, you know, your family, the people that you have shared resources and responsibilities with. So, you know, where Aquarius is, and that's the sign that the moon is in at the time of the full moon, you know, Aquarius and the sun in their full opposition is setting up a polarity to do with values. It's setting up a polarity to do with deservedness, being good enough, receiving based on what you've set in motion, but maybe not receiving enough or receiving too much. And then all the guilt, shame, blame, anger, resentment that goes along with it when we have shared assets that we share with people. So yeah, there's something really quite big going on, which could also be hampering your transformation. You know, I recognize the sun and Mercury retrograde in this very transformative part of your chart is all about how to let go of the old stories that are holding you back. Because, you know, when your life is defined by the value that other people think you are at, you're never really going to get yourself free of that. So you might want to look at that at the time of the full moon, because, you know, this is where the energy appears to be, you know, focusing your attention on. Now, if I go to the full moon, if you think of the full moon, it's at the moment when the moon is at its biggest. So it's the most emotion, the most triggering responses, the most potential, maybe the most wealth that you've just received, maybe the most concerned you are about how much money you have or how much resources you have, or how rewarded you are for the efforts that you put in. You know, at the time of the full moon, we're often emotionally tired, a little bit stirred up. We've usually had enough around the time of the full moon. And immediately after the full moon, we kind of release all of that. You know, there is this moment, sorry, we have this moment to experience the fullness of everything and the craziness of everything, and then say, enough, let it go. And then we start to move beyond it. We, you know, some people cry, some people have a rage, you know, there's usually some kind of changing state going on about it. And then we let it go, we let it retract, we release, and we reflect on what's been going on and what's been happening. Now, with this particular full moon in the sign of Aquarius, now Aquarius is ruled by Uranus and Saturn. Uranus is in an exact square to the sun and the moon. And so Uranus has been in this part of your chart for a long time, since 2018. And it's been really encouraging you to be passionate about the things you love, and to allow your passions to be developed, and to be wild with your passions, to be free with your passions, to be creative, and to curate your passions. Now, you know, they might be something artistic, musical, they could be your children, and they could be, it could be a lot to do with your sensuousness, your sexual connections, your romance, all comes into this part of your chart. You know, there is something about how carefree and spontaneous you are about everything that you're passionate about, everything that lifts you up. There's a real freedom around it. And it's the freedom around it that is also adding into the stress to do with how much you earn, and whether it's flowing beautifully, and how you value yourself, and the relationship you have with other people's values, what they think you're worth, and where that balance is. So it's interesting to me. It feels like at the time of this balance, actually, you just want to goof off and say, right, enough, and go and be crazy and go and light yourself up. And yeah, that's a great strategy to have, you know, to find the next best thing to do. You know, if you're feeling tense at the time of the full moon, yes, you are going to want to go and just do the next best thing and lift yourself back up, you know, get yourself out of that state. But you might also choose to ask yourself, is it possible that I could do something and be valued for lifting myself back up? Is it possible that you can earn money for doing things that add value to your life, but also add value to other people's lives? So you might also be considering, how can I tie this in a meaningful way? Is it possible? How possible would it be to make some tweaks to my work life and to my to the things I do to earn money and to create my security? How possible is it to serve my soul at the same time? Lots and lots going on. And of course, Uranus is in a square to the others in your life, you know, other people's values and how other people value you. You might find that one of the things that has stopped you following your own pattern and following your own creativity is your fear of what other people are saying. You know, the relationship between the Sun and Uranus here, to me, is really indicating that you've allowed other people's ideas to kind of put you off your game, take you off your game. So yeah, there's a few things to consider. Now let's also add in the other T-square, where you've got Saturn here in the sign of Pisces, Jupiter in the sign of Gemini, and also Mars is also here, and then Venus at the top. Venus in opposition to Saturn, and I mentioned this last week as it was coming in, and now it's kind of easing off, but Venus in an opposition to Saturn often leaves us a little bit cold and a little bit disconnected and not that confident about ourselves. We often have that moment of not feeling good enough. And Venus here is really wanting you to kind of spread your wings a little bit and to do something that feels alive and feels sort of integral to your personality, and also integral to meeting your spiritual, philosophical, religious, political needs. You know, it's really encouraging you to do something that is about learning and growing and evolving and maybe moving around and and maybe being a bit more eclectic and enjoying yourself in a more natural and a more expanded way. Whereas Saturn is I think really showing you that other people's expectations from your local community are really playing into what you actually do. It almost feels like the people around you are a lot more limited than usual. You know, Saturn has been going through this part of your chart for the last year and a quarter, almost a year and a half actually. And since he's been here, you know, it's almost felt like the people around you are squashing you. You know, they're kind of putting you in a box. And, you know, how does this play out? Well, you know, there is this sense of a need for fun at home. There is a sense to have fun and spirituality at home, to have a more spontaneous, a more jokey, a more humorous, to have more well-being. Maybe well-being is that middle ground, you know, like you can't shirk your responsibilities and you can't just dash off to the nearest you know, island in the Pacific Ocean. So it's like, okay, how can I retreat at home? How can I enjoy myself? How can I make my time at home as special as possible? How can I manage my life in such a way that that I can feel the expansiveness at home, where I'm sort of balancing the needs of my community versus my need for independence and my need for scope and view and vision. So again, there's some similar themes. You know, it feels like whatever you think everybody else's view of you is somehow holding you back and getting you to box yourself in. Now, I've got a little bit to talk about on this subject, actually, because, you know, I will be doing my full moon reading as well. And with that, I'm always looking at the asteroids that are playing into this. And there's some very deep acting asteroids I'll be including Lilith, Sedna, and Magdalena. So, yeah, I'm sure we're going to be talking about the in-depths and where we've been holding ourselves back and the repression of it quite, you know, quite some intensity. But it's suffice to say, you know, where does your happiness lie? You know, that's the big question. Where does your happiness lie? And is it possible to make other people happy? Is it possible for you to live your life through the lens of everybody else's focus? Is it possible for you to feel truly free as a creator, as a child of God, if that's how you consider yourself? Is it possible to feel completely free if you're not working from your complete intention or your complete volition? You're trying to balance out how people see you and adapt from that perspective. You know, when you're doing that, you're actually holding yourself back from the world. You're holding your unique possibility back from everyone else to react to it. You know, if you were truly in your own power and not designing what you do based on everyone else's feedback, you might create something even more powerful or even more respected. You know, but it's almost like people aren't getting to see the true genius of you. Now, something about this particular full moon, like a couple of hours before, we've got the Mercury retrograde in a Cazimi. So first of all, like, Mercury retrograde is now in the sign of Leo. And it is absolutely redefining who you are, redefining yourself without other people's expectations on you. So if you could tell the story of who you are and who you became, like if you were to tell this story to yourself right now, okay, so up until I was the current age that you're at, you know, a lot of my creations were based around this. And, you know, I often found that I was balancing how I was doing it according to, you know, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, this is where the story gets written or rewritten. And then you say something to the effect of, to yourself, and then I had this moment where I realized I wasn't truly being myself. And when I asked myself, self, how can I fully come into my true being, my true purpose? How can I fully express that? All of a sudden, and then you like, let that sit there, see what comes up. You know, how would you finish that story off? How would you rewrite it? You know, when you had that realization that you were trying to please other people and not satisfying yourself, hard as it is to believe, because, you know, the Capricorn energy is one of the more focused energies on achieving what they're interested in. You know, so it's not the kind of message I expected to share with you here today, but it's important. So, once you realize, like, if you were to follow this through, and at the time of the full moon, I think this is coming into clear view. Once you explore the idea that you're not fully being yourself and you could be so much more, and if you could be more, who would you be? What ideas come forward? What would you do differently? And maybe if you're listening to this before the full moon, the exact full moon, then you can ask yourself these questions and let it sit with you. Go and enjoy yourself this weekend, but ask those questions maybe in the morning, in the evening. Ask yourself a few questions, take yourself off for 5 minutes and ask yourself, what more is possible? What more is possible if I am completely myself? What more can I give to planet Earth and humanity? How much more of myself can be put to good use? What is my true purpose, and how can I discover more of it? The more you're asking yourself these questions, the more you're going to come forward in real miraculous ways, and you won't be a slave to everybody else's judgments, not quite in the same way. Now, obviously, we also need to create products or services that are fit for consumption. We each have our own thing that we do and we participate with, and if we don't do anything that matches what people need, we won't do very well. But, I still think there is room for you to be more you. And that's all this full moon is about, is how can you be more you? And where these two, I was going to say set squares, where these two T-squares interact and overlap, there's this point of symmetry. And I'm going to bring up the Sabian symbol for where this point is. It's at 7 degrees Gemini, which equals the Sabian symbol of 8 Gemini. And it says, so I see this as a point where we might make sense of everything. And it says, it shows the need or the desire to be able to call a halt or go on strike when one feels hard done by or taken advantage of. Now, obviously, if you're feeling taken advantage of because you've been playing to somebody else's style, it's not really their fault, is it? And maybe it's not yours either because you've not realized that's what you're doing. But once you come into the realization of it, then you can think, oh, well, that didn't really work. Let's try something else. So you may need to stand up for your rights. Now, I'm just going to skip a little bit of this, but it says, withdrawing your energies for a while, you will see how important you really are. So, this full moon is pretty high impact. And the next couple of days after Tuesday and Wednesday, I see them as a natural down time. It's a time to rest a little bit, and it's a time to, reflect. It's a time to go inwards. So this might be where you withdraw your energies for a bit and see how you feel and what you think you should be putting back out there. It's also talking about bargaining for equitable solutions. Now, looking at your chart, I don't actually think you need to bargain for them necessarily. You just need to recognize that the situation that you're in, that you've helped to create or have created, can be done differently. It's not to make other people wrong. It's more just to recognize that you have a choice now. So, demanding better rights. You don't have to demand them. You just have to stand for them. And it's talking about demonstrations. I don't see that in a kind of, you will pay me more, but taking action or refusing to act, knowing when to say no. I think that's kind of important, like knowing how you want to participate with your skills and how you don't. And being able to discern that. Because if you take yourself out of situations that aren't working for you, you've got more time to do things that are working for you. And even if you don't quite know what they are right now, you have to give yourself the space to allow it to come in. Trust me, every time I've taken a little break, life has shown me what I'm meant to do, because people contact me for different reasons. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, you're back in your purpose again. So it's kind of fascinating. Now, after this full moon on the 20th and 21st, the moon is in Pisces. Even though it's going through this part of your chart, which is associated with the community, I would possibly keep myself to myself a little bit and just reflect on what it is I like to do and how I might want to do it. In particular, when the moon comes into the conjunction with Saturn, it will still be in an opposition to Venus. So, I think it could actually make us feel a little bit more separated if we haven't quite worked out what it is we do or who we are. But then from the 22nd, as the moon moves into the sign of Aries, I think you start to get your vigor and your strength back. You start to feel a bit more confident, a bit more courageous, a bit more like your usual self. So purposeful, practical. To me, it feels like there's practical and straightforward wins, to focus on. And then we come up to this interesting time that I mentioned before on the 23rd, which is Friday, and then the 24th, which is Saturday. So on the 23rd, as the moon comes into a conjunction with Chiron, we may well feel a bit of a sting. We may well feel a little bit of a sensitivity about our overall purpose and why we're here and the stability of who we are. But that's what's really setting off all of these degrees, where we can start working and where we start to feel very focused and like things can move on. Again, a lot of it depends on what you've got at say 20 to 24 degrees in any sign of the zodiac, but in particular in the sign of Aries, Gemini, Leo, or Virgo. But there is this movement, this sense of possibility, this sense of being able to take practical action, to know what it might look like, to find it easy. So if it's difficult, don't do it. It's not for you. If it's a natural, easy step, then do that. If you were just to spend the next couple of days, from like Friday and Saturday, the 23rd, 24th, if you were to spend the next couple of days just asking yourself which of these two options feels lighter, which feels easier, and which feels more in alignment with who you are, and just did took those choices, that would start to pave the way for you to come back into your consciousness and come back into that feeling of confidence that you're on the right track. I do think you are on the right track. And I also think you recognize you've been selling yourself a little bit too small, a little bit too short. So enjoy that feeling of uplift around Friday and Saturday. And then on Sunday, when the moon is in the sign of Taurus, we got this lovely trine to Venus, really kind of showing us that we are connected. Isn't it funny when you start giving of yourself fully, your full pattern, all of a sudden it feels like people are around again and that you can connect in a joyful way. And the moon will be in a conjunction with Uranus. Again, it's reminding you of who you really are, like the independent individual, slightly more rebellious and creative you. So I do see that you're leaving this week on a real high. So there you go, Capricorn. I hope that was helpful for you. Saturn is here to just show you where you've played yourself a bit small. But you will come bouncing back for sure. Anyway, if you would like me to have a deeper dive and have a look at your actual birth chart, then please do get in touch. All of my details are below. But if not, catch you in another forecast real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so Aquarius, how can I help you in this week ahead? So the week ahead I'm talking about is the 19th to the 25th of August. Now, I would say that this is your week. We've got the full moon in Aquarius. It's in your own sign. And I don't know if you're looking at this because you've got an Aquarius moon, an Aquarius sun, or Aquarius rising. If you've got a strong Aquarian theme in your chart, then this forecast is to just really help you know how to move with this. But I would say that this reading is the most important one out of all the zodiac signs this week, because the full moon is happening in the sign of Aquarius. Now, it's always important to focus on the rulers of the sign that we're looking at. And I consider the traditional and the modern rulers. So I will look at Saturn and also Uranus. So, we've got the full moon in Aquarius. That's big. And interestingly, on the day of the full moon in Aquarius, Uranus, one of the Aquarian rulers, is in a tight T-square. There's the sun and Mercury. There's Uranus and there's the moon. So we've got this tight T-square. And on the 19th, we've got another tight T-square. So we've got Saturn, your other ruler, in a T-square with Venus, and then Jupiter and Mars. Talk about big energy. All of this happening on the day of your full moon. And also on that particular day, we've also got Mercury Cazimi, which is giving us an opportunity to have some kind of brainwave discovery about ourselves. It's giving us an ability to really zero in on what might bring us some relief to a pattern, that might give us some clarity, a clearing, a possibility, a bit of more space. So yeah, this is a really important moon. Anytime there's a new moon or full moon in our sign, it's notable, and it's worth really paying attention to where it falls in your birth chart. Sorry, losing my voice. So let's consider the full moon then. So the full moon is where the moon gets totally big. And if you think of the moon as representing our intuitions, our psyche, our emotions, our sensitivities, our instincts, we are absolutely instinctual leading up to this full moon. And, when the full moon comes into play, it's in complete opposition to the sun. And so we may well feel very polarized between, our body and mind, our heart and soul. It just feels like there's, really conflicting patterns playing out. And in particular, the conflicting patterns for you are it's really personal. The first thing to recognize is this full moon is drawing in your instincts and emotions about your personality. It's absolutely identified. It feels like the sensitivities are real. What you're feeling is big. It's definite. You're really sure of it. You're likely to wear your emotions on your sleeve, your heart on your sleeve. And you feel quite destabilized. This is really quite big. Also, like Uranus and Saturn, the two rulers of Aquarius, Uranus has been in the part of your stability for a really long time, for at least 6 years, really showing you that to be stable, you don't have to follow the usual patterns, that you might have a different pattern that works for you. And then Saturn in this part of your chart is really saying a lot about your financial security, but also your security in your own value. Like, how do you value yourself, and are you able to receive? Do you believe you deserve, and do you believe that you belong? I think these are all really big. And so I think this full moon is stirring up a lot of emotions and feelings about the value that you're bringing the world, and actually whether you belong here or not, and if you do, what the hell are you supposed to be doing here? I'm not saying that because I don't know, because I don't know who you are on the other side of the screen, but I'm sure you do deserve to be here, and you do have a purpose. And who knows, maybe one day I'll get to know you. But the full moon is stirring up a whole heap of identity issues. It's reminding you that maybe you don't know yourself, and maybe this is the time for you to get to know you a bit better. Now, with the Mercury retrograde in the sun over this side of your chart, it feels like it's been about everyone else in your life for a long time, at least 3 weeks. It feels like everyone else is like taking up a lot of headspace right now, and other people's values and ideas have been really sort of like strongly in your mind, and then since Mercury went retrograde back into the sign of Leo, you're realizing that you're not quite free of other people's values about who you are and what you do. And, I think you're trying to work out how you fit in terms of the collective, and also how you fit in as a person. So to me, it feels like there's a really strong polarity between expressing yourself or expressing the entirety of humanity. Like, are you one person in a sea of people, or are you part of a brotherhood and sisterhood, or can you be both at the same time? And then on a more local basis, whose needs are more important, yours or your loved ones? Or is it possible that you can manage those needs in a fair and equitable way. Who knows? So there's all sorts of things being brought up at this time. And, you know, with Uranus here, it's almost as if you've already created meanings about it. So for instance, if other people put their needs before mine, that is obviously going to destabilize my life. You know, with Uranus down here, you could make that meaning, which may or may not be true. You know, there might be times when actually other people's needs do seem to be more prominent than your own. And there will be swings and roundabouts. I'm sure it's a bit like a seesaw. Wouldn't it be great if you were to be able to move beyond this full moon and have a sort of balance where you recognize that sometimes you might be more important and other times other people might need to, you know, take center stage. So it's interesting. I think there's a lot of that going on, a lot of that toing and froing and the back and the forth. Jupiter here in the 5th is really trying to encourage you to have as much fun as you can. You know, all the time you're seriously considering it, you're getting tied up in these kind of like moral loopholes. Of course, it's just your morality based on your mindset right now of, oh, if he really loved me, he would do this. Or if they really were a good friend, maybe they would, you know. So like, and these might not even be your views. Isn't that interesting that you might have these internal views that you've held for years and years and years, and actually on reflection they might not really be what you do believe. So I actually do think Jupiter and just having a sense of a release and having a sense of like, how can I have more fun here and allow it all to come up in its own time to be resolved, might actually be quite a good scenario to do. But I also recognize there's this little nexus point here where these two T-squares overlap. You know, I don't know why I consider it important, but because there's one here and one here and one here and one here. But what I recognize is these two patterns where they overlap, it's creating a symmetrical shape. And so I like this little degree here, which equals 7 Gemini. And so I've looked up the Sabian symbol related to that. And it's talking about knowing when to quit, knowing when to stop, knowing when to stand strong and say, actually, I'm worth more, or I want better rights, or I want better terms and conditions. I want a better life, or, you know, I want to put myself first. And it's also a time also to withdraw your energy and to recognize whether the situation you're in is the right situation for you. So I do also see that this could be an interesting balance point, you know, that if you're not sure how things go or how things will pan out according to what's going on in your life right now, that the simple truth might be just to remove yourself for a minute and be prepared that you might choose, actually, this isn't for me anymore. So give yourself a bit of space to make up your own mind. Now, Mercury here, in particular on the day of the Cazimi, literally a couple of hours before the moon goes full, it's potentially giving you an insight into how valuable you are from other people's perspectives. What is your true value? What is your true purpose? But I don't think, like with these Mercury Cazimis, I don't think they just happen, you know, like the energy of them. I don't think they just happen that they, you know, the Cazimi comes in and then all of a sudden there's downloads aplenty. I do think we have to put a bit of effort in, you know. So ask yourself now, I wonder what my value is to other people. I wonder what my purpose is in relation to other people. I wonder how I can make my life significant whilst also being open to the people I love. They would be great things to ask yourself and to hold those as a truthful question. And you know, I think when we're inquiring and being curious and holding our energy to a question, I think life comes in and shows us. There's nothing more powerful than a well-phrased question from my perspective. I love questions so much. So ask yourself really empowering questions. You know, from the moment you hear this, ask yourself some great questions about the immediate solution you're in and how it can be resolved through perspective, the perspective between you and other people, the people you love, and also ask about your purpose as well, because I can see that's really, really coming in. And then just leave those questions and then let Mercury Cazimi pick up on those questions and get those downloads. So I see that as really strong. I mean, whatever comes from this full moon could really change your outward expression. It could really kind of set you on a new path, set you on, a new direction with really good conviction. Because again, Jupiter down here is also in a conjunction with Mars. It's really good energy, really strong, courageous, standing for what you believe in energy. So the 21st, the 20th and 21st, I would say it's best to just like have some downtime. You don't have to plan all your time out and want to do amazing things. In particular, when the moon comes into a conjunction with Saturn, you might feel a bit tired and a little bit disassociated. So, why plan anything when you could just plan to give yourself a pedicure or something, or just nurture yourself, have a little bit of a rest. And then the 22nd, as the moon comes into the sign of Aries, you're getting some of your mojo back. You're starting to feel a bit stronger, in particular, a bit more social, because it's starting to come into your community. It feels like it's time to go for a cuppa with somebody and have a chat and to, establish what you've learned about yourself and how it fits in. What does your friend think? How is that feedback informing you? And then the 23rd to the 24th, so Friday and Saturday, is a time of extreme interest and curiosity and movement. So we've got these aspects all at 22 to 23 degrees, and any planets that you've got that are lining up with this are going to be really kind of excited, agitated. I don't know. Things are going to be popping. So, I think these aspects, these sextile, semi-sextile, quincunx, square, trine, they're setting off a whole heap of aspects that are busy, motivated, a little bit of stress, but a lot more ease, really showing that you can start something and get things moving. It's like starting a motor. You might need to start it a couple of times, starting the engine, and then when it goes, it goes. So I think Friday, Saturday are really, really positive days where you can start to move forwards and take greater steps with confidence. And then on Sunday, the 25th, I see this as being quite a great day. The moon by that time is in the sign of Taurus. It's coming into a conjunction with Uranus, which is quite exciting, a bit eclectic. It might mean you need to get out the house a little bit and to be a little bit more rebellious, a little bit more independent. You might need to challenge yourself a little bit. But it's in a lovely trine with Venus. And I think this is the point at the end of the week where you're starting to feel really reconnected again. By this point, Venus is really moving out of her opposition with Saturn. And so you're starting to feel much more yourself. So, that's where I think we're at in this week ahead from the 19th to 25th. So I hope that's helpful to you, Aquarius. And if you do want a deeper dive where I actually really take time and look at your birth chart and put you first and put you in the spotlight, then just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description, and you can see links where you can book a consultation with me. So, have a great week. And if I can be of help, then just invite me to work with you. But anyway, lots and lots of love to you. Speak to you next week. Take care. Hey there, Pisces. So this is the forecast for the 19th to 25th of August. And boy, does this start with quite a big energy. So in this forecast, I'm going to be looking at a few different things. First of all, about the waning gibbous moon phase that we're in right now. Obviously, we start with the full moon, and then the moon is getting smaller, which is always a time of release. I think a time of letting go, a time of accepting as well. Going to be talking about the biggest aspects to do with the full moon. I mean, this is probably going to take up the bulk of the session, actually, because there's two T-squares. So we've got this T-square here with the moon, the sun, and Uranus down here. And then we've also got another T-square with Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, and Venus. Now, the thing with Jupiter and Saturn here is that on the 19th is the first day that they go into their exact square. They come into a square every 9 years or so. and they're going to be doing 3 squares together, 3 exact squares over a period of about 10 months. And so this is the sort of defining square where things get really quite tense. And if you want to know more about the Jupiter and Saturn energy, I've recorded a separate video, Jupiter and Saturn square, I think it might be called. So check that out. Yeah, and then there's also Mercury Cazimi as well on the 19th, on the day of the full moon. So, you know, this is where the sun is. Mercury Cazimi is also happening about an hour or two beforehand. So this is a time when Mercury, the mind function, the communication, the downloads, the sudden awareness, the sudden moment of genius really, really kicks in. And, you know, all of this, you know, the moon, the sun and Mercury retrograde are absolutely stimulated by the effects of Uranus in the square to both of them. So this particular Mercury retrograde Cazimi is stimulated by Uranus, the higher mind, the higher octave of Mercury. So this is a very kind of mental day. The other pattern I really want to talk about is later on in the week, on Friday and Saturday, the 23rd to 24th. What I noticed is the personal planets. So we've got Venus here, we've got Mercury retrograde and Mars. They're all at 22 to 23 degrees in their own respective signs. Chiron is also at 23 degrees, I think. And on the 23rd, the moon comes into a conjunction with Chiron, which I think really sets this energy off. Now, you know, I haven't like sort of drawn any aspect lines between them, but essentially you've got 2 sextiles, a semi-sextile. You've also got a trine. You've got a quincunx or an inconjunct, and you've got a square. So you've got 2 quite stimulating energies that are creating a bit of tension. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 easy, joyous, talented, kind of like, you know, it's helpful, graceful, flowing energies. You know, so the 22 to 23 degrees that's going on here, I think, is indicative of we're moving forwards. So whatever we're learning at the time of the full moon, I think by the end of the week, we're starting to move forwards in a significant way to like change our outcomes or create some kind of transformation. So I think that's kind of helpful. I also do want to be paying a little bit of attention to Neptune, which is one of your ruling planets, according to whether you're traditional or modern. I like both sets of rulerships. So I'm also going to look at Jupiter. So Jupiter and Neptune. I consider you both important to the Pisces energy. And, you know, just to be clear, this isn't necessarily if you've got Pisces ascendant. This is also, I think, relevant if you've got Pisces moon or Pisces sun, you know, because like in any chart, you know, our big 3, our ascendant, our moon and our sun, they are big energies. And, you know, each of those signs that those things fall in have some kind of resonance for us. So I'm really talking about Pisces as an energy. And how we can forecast for it for the week ahead. So I hope this is useful. So let's start then with the full moon. So that's where we're coming into. In fact, leading up to it, we've got the Cazimi, as I said. So if you are listening to this before the full moon, before Monday the 19th, I absolutely recommend that you do a little bit of homework for yourself. And that is to ask yourself big searching questions. In fact, the bigger the questions, the better for you, because, you know, Pisces, you're dreamers. You've got this dreamy, intuitive energy that is absolutely kind of set free when you take away the parameters and when you're asking these big open questions. Sure, you can get lost in possibility and in imagination, but at this moment in time, just before a Cazimi, I think, and the full moon, you know, when we are full of the psychic energies, I think that's the perfect time to ask big searching questions for your unconscious mind, for God, for the higher self, your guides, whatever, to find the answers to. You know, so let's seed the energy around you. Let's seed your force field with possibilities. So if I was in your shoes right now, I would be considering everything to do with my unconscious mind and my intuition, because that's the part of your chart that is absolutely being lit up by this particular full moon. You know, and you might ask yourself what normally happens around this time of year when there is the full moon in Aquarius. You know, how does it normally affect you? Maybe you already know the answer to that, maybe you don't. But, you know, the full moon in Aquarius, it's almost birthing a new conscious ability, a new consciousness, a new conscious thought, a new conscious possibility, a new download, a deepening of your awareness. You know, the 12th is very much about what's unseen and your relationship to the unseen world. So, you know, this is potentially a really strong time for you to interact with the unseen world at a much deeper level, to experience greater intuition, to experience a greater sense of telepathy, to tune in. I mean, you might not want to ask anything too specific, but ask yourself a big question. For instance, what do I need to know right now? If life could tell me something, or if God could talk to me right now, or the universe, what would it say to me right now? You know, as I said that, I had the feeling of being a parent, or you know, like the sort of energy of God, or the energy of creator, like the idea that there is this responsible, loving force out there that might look at you and say, child, you are a child of God. You're perfect. I made you perfect. I've created this opportunity for you to explore. You know, so I had this sort of feeling of an intelligent energy coming through me, and I'm sharing that with you because I think that's for you. So yeah, you might want to ask yourself a big searching question of God, or your version of God, whoever God is for you, about your purpose, your life. In fact, I would, yeah, knowing how great Pisces are, how cool they are, and how relaxed they are, I might write myself a whole load of flipping questions and lay it all out and see what comes in, because this is a deeply intuitive time. Now, what this time probably isn't for you is to work things out in such a way that you develop a specific plan of action. I don't think the time for specifics are necessarily upon you. You know, full moons bring all of our erratics, all of our irrational thoughts right to the surface, in particular in the 12th house. You know, it could really give you an idea of where you're self-sabotaging, you know, where you have your blind spots. So that could be a really good question to ask. You know, tell me more about my blind spots. What are they there for? What fear are they resolving? And how can I let them go with grace and ease and a sense of joy and fun, maybe? You know, how can I make my life more fun whilst resolving all the dark stuff? You know, so there are some potentially really big gains from this that are unseen, which again is the meaning of this great big full moon in such a hidden part of your chart. So there's a lot of possibilities there. Now, at the same time, it's creating polarity against the idea of the known world. So you may well find that one of the tensions for you is you're aware of your unseen potential whilst also trying to balance the real world, where you've got responsibilities like money to bring in. You need to be healthy. You need to feel great. It would be nice to have a house where you feel grounded and safe in. So there's that balancing act. You know, it's not all about your psyche. You can't just like disappear, can you? So how can you be in two places at the same time? How can you honor those? How can you make those work? So I don't know what the answer to that is for you and your unique circumstances, but that's for you to work out. But Uranus here in the square to the full moon, I like this. This is actually, I think, showing, you know, because like Uranus has been in this part of your chart since 2018, and I think it's brought up a lot of eclectics to do with, and unknowns to do with the community. You know, maybe you don't feel that you quite belong. Maybe you feel a bit of a stranger, or a bit that you're a bit unusual in your community. And yet, you know, this full moon might allow you to fully own how different you are, or to fully own who you are, and to kind of reignite yourself and push yourself back in the community and say, look, okay, I didn't quite introduce myself openly and transparently before. My name's Louisa, and yeah, I'm a bit weird. I don't know how you might do it, but maybe you haven't quite been who you really are. And now it's time to be more truthful and kind of rip off any pretense and really stand there naked, maybe not naked, but, let people really know who the raw you is. Truth and honesty in your community could be quite helpful and healing. And I do recognize there are risks there as well. How can you get the unseen and the manifested reality in a balance whilst also being true to yourself? I mean, that's what that full moon is screaming at me as I'm looking at that for you. Now, we've also got the potential of Saturn in the first, in opposition to Venus, and also in a square to Jupiter, and also Mars is separating from there. That's creating quite a bit of a tension because, Saturn's position is quite depressing. Saturn's position right now is slightly limiting, not necessarily putting you in full confidence. You're possibly a bit too hard for yourself right now, really, like wanting too much from your body and wanting too much from, I don't know, like a bit. I just think it's time to be easy on yourself. Saturn has been there for 18 months now, and he's got a little while longer in this particular part of your chart. So I absolutely recommend that you just give yourself a holiday from being you for a bit. Don't take yourself, don't take it all so seriously. Try to give yourself a break. Try not to be down on your body. I remember when I had Saturn going through this part of my chart, and I felt quite ill, and had I started to feel ill. I think Saturn going through this part of the chart often correlates with us feeling like we're getting older and the recognition that we're aging, and that can obviously happen at any age. But you start growing up a bit. And it can be a little bit depressing, but give yourself time. Recognize that, your body is changing, and there are natural flows of energy, and we can make ourselves have a different relationship to longevity. We can work on it. I think Saturn here is really asking us to invest a bit more time in our bodies, at a time when we don't feel like we've got much energy. So it's almost asking the impossible. So just give yourself a break. Because I wonder how much better your body would function if you just said, "Oh, love you. I really love you the way you are. Yes, you're cronky. You're not quite working. You're a bit sore. You're a bit tight here. And yeah, I'm feeling really old. But God damn it, I love you. I can't do this without you." I wonder what would happen if you loved on your body in a massive way, even if it didn't feel like it was the truth. I wonder what miracles might happen from that. And I wonder if that would set up a feeling of well-being in your chart, because it's very easy to admire people, everyone else who looks like they're all having fun and stuff whilst you're feeling really serious. So give yourself a bit of love as well. So that might be something else you ask at the time of the full moon. How can I love myself completely, even though I don't feel like I deserve it? Or, even though I don't like what's going on in my body, how can I love myself more? Like really ask yourself that. I really don't think I just think there's nothing to lose, but so much to gain from asking for that level of wisdom at a time when your intuition is high and there's a Mercury Cazimi ready to take in some kind of extra wisdom, and just be guided. Allow whatever life is throwing at you to really sort of guide you. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on. As the week progresses, because that's just day one, and obviously that energy is with you pretty much throughout the week, but it's evolving and it's it's changing because of, you giving yourself a bit of a break. But the 20th and 21st, when the moon is in the sign of Pisces, I wouldn't do too much, especially as the moon comes over Saturn. I would give yourself a bit of a break. It's also coming into a conjunction on the 21st with Neptune, which is another one, it's one of your rulers. That is quite a dreamy time. It's quite a sleepy time. You might just choose to rest on the 21st and 22nd if you can, like do the things you have to do and then rest, give yourself a lovely break. Then, the moon is in a sextile to Pluto. That's likely to bring in a feeling of transformation and a possibility and a feeling of busyness, like you're ready to do something. And so I do think from the 22nd, when the moon goes into Aries, you're starting to feel like, okay, it's time to move, because I don't think anything is static or permanent. Anything that's permanent is kind of dead almost, because it's not evolving. Things can't be fixed. If things are fixed, they're not really following, if real living beings are fixed in any way, shape or form, they're denying or defying the laws of reality, which is that everything moves and changes and evolves. So yeah, like as the moon comes into Aries, you're moving again, which obviously you are, because you can't stay still and rest forever. So there is this movement. And then the 23rd to the 24th, so that's Friday and Saturday, there is this 22, 23 degree thing where things are going to get moving. So look in your chart and see where these sit in your chart. What areas of your chart are they activating? Do you have any planets there? Do you have any angles there? Whatever's happening, even if you can't relate it back to your chart, just know that the 23rd, 24th, it's busy energy. It's energy that is building things. It's moving things. It's bringing back a bit of confidence. It's there to motivate you and to feel a little bit warmer and like there is a possibility. And then on Sunday, the 25th, I think things are going to, be even more interesting. So the moon is going to, yes, it will be in a square to Mercury retrograde, but it's also coming into a conjunction with Uranus. It's wanting you to have a bit of fun and excitement. It's not necessarily responsible, but it is fun and it is spontaneous, and it's also in a lovely trine with Venus. So why not spend Sunday hanging out with a good friend, that you can have fun with, that you can be a bit childish with, just blow off a bit of steam. So I do see that the start of this week is really quite, and then by the end of this week, you're feeling a lot more upbeat. So I hope that's helpful to you, Pisces. And if I can be of any help at a much deeper, more personal level, then get in touch. I can check out your chart and, you can talk to me about it. But all you need to do is just book an appointment. And if you see below in the description fields, you'll see the links to connect with me. So there you go. Have a great week ahead. So there you have it. They were my thoughts for each sign of the zodiac. Like I said at the start, it doesn't matter if you're looking at it from the moon, sun, or ascendant perspective. There's a resonance there for you to explore and enjoy. This is a big full moon. One of the themes that kept coming up again and again and again, even though the wheel was turning round, was this sense of us versus them, which I guess we would have with the idea of Leo and Aquarius, and the full moon situation, because Leo is very sovereign and wants to be the center of things, and Aquarius is very collective and very much about connections and networks. And so, I was really picking up again and again and again in these readings that, one of the things we're facing right now is how to be individual whilst also being in a group, and how to make peace with that. Are we going to let the group define us? Are we going to let the group push onto us their thoughts and feelings? And is it right for us to do that to each other? There are social contracts. I do notice in this last week, as we're coming up to this full moon, there's a lot of talk about monkeypox, being released, who knows, or it's coming at us. Like if you listen to the news, you might think, oh my goodness, this is really, really huge. And I don't know how it's going to get spun out, but there is this feeling that, oh, we're on part 2 of the pandemic. You know, it's like episode 2 now. So it feels like, yes, the whole idea of social contracts is again at the top of our concerns. You know, like, is it okay to be ourselves and to mind our own business? And or do we need to be part of a collective and all agree? You know, is there a middle ground? That's the thing that I'm most, you know, excited to, I say excited to explore. We don't really have much choice. You know, we are living in a co-created world, and, you know, these kinds of issues are going to come up for us. You know, what are our responsibilities? Do we have a social contract? And if there is a social contract that we were kind of born into, do we have to agree with it? You know, I'm just by asking these questions, I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just putting those out there. So yeah, these, you know, this full moon is a big one. So anyway, I hope you have a great week. And yeah, let us know your thoughts. How are you spending this week? How are you going to work with this energy and enjoy it? And also Mercury retrograde. It's going to be cool. Anyway, lots of love to you. Have fun and get in contact if you want to work with me. Bye for now.